Okay, I think it's live. Welcome back to the first ever second installment, because Heather went extra this week and we didn't even get to some of the most juiciest parts of the week. It's part two of Heather's crazy week. Normally this would be my day off, so and I have everything prepped. The agenda for today is going to be, we actually got a little bit of an update on that stabbing story from last night. So we're going to get into this right here. And then I have everything that we got, all of the lives yesterday except for one of them. And then we're going to watch that live today and also the rest of the stories. So it's going to go this police report. I can't. My camera's not mirrored anymore, so I can't do that. Police report. Stories, the live, and then I also have some Frigesto screenshots, and then we're gonna wrap it all up with the police chase. There was also, I got the clip from the other stream that was really boring, where Xavier is actually offering her drugs, but I forgot to get it pulled up. So and I can't find it right off the bat. I can get that for you guys sometime during the stream, so we might throw that in there. If I forget, remind me. I forgot last night. But yeah, so let's go over this real quick before we get into the stories from this past week. Oh, also, actually, before we do that, I forgot that my computer's being wacky. Someone was asking me like what this white thing said, and I thought it said New York, but apparently it says "Stay chill, stay chill." And it has a little alien right there. But so let's get back to this. So a little extra tidbit from the screwdriver story that got missed last night. So they said, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I forgot this part of the police report. Before the police arrived at the gas station, she asked another lady at the scene to remove a bag of marijuana from her car so the police wouldn't find it, which she drove onto prison grounds with marijuana in her car. So yeah, she was visiting Dylan at the time in prison. So she brought weed with her into prison. She asked like one of the people, I guess she assaulted, to take her weed for her before getting arrested, which is even crazier to me. Maybe not one of the people she assaulted, but someone at the scene. It was not legalized yet, and in Illinois, and was definitely not allowed in prison. No wonder she didn't want to try to press charges at the time. Yeah, no shit. So I found that interesting. Also, hello everybody. I forgot to greet you all tonight. Angela, how you doing? Tina, BCG. Who else we got? We got Sammy, we got Kara, Leah. Hope you guys are all doing great tonight. Hope you're having a great weekend so far, and hopefully this will be a little bit of entertainment for you. So yeah, let's just get right into the stories from this past week, because we didn't play a single story yesterday. It was all just live streams. So yeah, here we go. Oh, also the stories this week are very hairdryer intense. Like there's a lot of hairdryer in the background going on in these.
6 something in the morning. We're soaked. All of our stuff is soaked. Someone stole the poles from our tent, so we have the empty tent like super MacGyvered. We have only about 2.5 feet of headspace. All of our stuff is inside here. It's pouring. There's some random people harassing us. We're in a huge open field. There's nothing around us at all, but they're literally like a few feet from our tent. At this point,
I don't know. Just envision that. I don't know if you guys can put up a hairdryer. It's not going to be for all of them. But she's saying that she's out in the middle of an open field and there's just people surrounding her tent that won't leave her alone, even though there's tons of open field around. Like, I don't think you're out in the middle of an open field with a hairdryer running. I'm just going to say that right now. You must be by some kind of building, and maybe the owners of that building are surrounding your tent and don't want you using their electricity. That's just my hunch.
It's exhausting. We've called 311 10 times. I have 3 children waiting for me. I'm 22 weeks pregnant. My hips are killing me from laying on the floor, and I'm soaked. So that's the update. Hopefully something changes soon, but we've done everything we can do. Fucking see what's happening. Like, I wish I could express this. This is the ceiling. This is a ton. I worked the
Still hair dryer. I can't really see what she is looking at. But yeah, send X home and go to Sarah's circle. If things are getting so bad out here and you're pregnant, Xavier can still be the dad, but he could just go back to his house and you could go to the shelter and then maybe you can get your shit together. Maybe they'll allow you in the house. I doubt it, but that would be like the reasonable way to do things, right?
the only one of me between Xavier and I who worked. Xavier does a lot of other things to support us. Hustle things, selling things. His father donates. But my checks went to our Airbnbs all.
He hustles and sells things. What does he hustle and sell? Things he steals. I don't think he has much possessions, right? But battery pack. A hairdryer takes a lot of power. I would imagine it would drain through a battery pack pretty quick, unless like battery packs have gotten crazy these days, or maybe hair dryers have just become way more energy efficient. I'm not sure.
Winter. It is fucking cold. Pardon me. It is cold, and none of my 1,000 resumes or any of my LinkedIn job requests have been followed up on. I even applied at McDonald's, and when I tell you guys I'm applying to jobs I was overqualified for as a teenager, I am not kidding. I have applied to anything and everything. They are holding us outside.
No one's holding you outside. You don't like to play by the rules.
311 has 7 open tickets for Xavier and I. They have not given us any sort of assistance. None. We're soaking wet right now, outside, 6 a.m., with people surrounding the tent on the outside for no clear reason. So we're literally sitting in the park. I have 7 open tickets with 311. This has been going.
Okay, so these are on the Snapchat. So this is like a screen recording. You can still hear the hair dryer. Also, let me know if you guys have any audio issues or anything other than the hair dryer. It says, "What the fuck do you people want?" It's hard to actually make that out. Can we zoom in without it going crazy? I have never been homeless before. I mean, you've been homeless for the past 4 years or something, right? But in my life, yet since Dylan's release and filming of the show, I've been victimized repeatedly. All right.
On for 50 months. I've gotten 5 apartments to replace all the apartments that they destroyed of mine. I stayed temporarily with Aunt Diane. You guys saw it all started when the show started. As soon as the show started being talked about, all fucking hell broke loose. And to this day, none of the promises that they have offered me, assistance with therapy and funding and all of this stuff, I have no idea where the producers even are. I have not spoken.
You don't need producers, huh? You don't need that. My flag, is that legit? It's illegal to be California, or it's illegal to be California. It's illegal to be homeless in California now and helping the homeless. 2 sad times. I hope that would be crazy if they made being homeless illegal in California of all places.
Any of them
James would be screwed.
In I think 3 years. I've been in near complete isolation. I can't even sit up. I'm literally sitting in the shape of the letter C because the ceiling is caving down because Xavier had a MacGyver, some sort of God only knows what, to make a semi-structure.
I hear some weird noise in the background of Xavier. She's sitting in a letter C, with her arms out too. What? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. But okay.
So that we're not getting. And then you get to year 4 and 3 and 2, and you keep thinking, this is it. This has got to be it. I don't know how this legally took place. The police are well aware. I walk around with a narrative in my backpack. I have it right here.
Of course you do.
Hold on.
Why even show us? What's showing us going to do? You just go hand them out or whatever,
Right here. I also keep copies of the police reports, a narrative about everything that has taken place. When do I get my family back? Please help me break free of this anxiety, harassment, and exploitation. That was written on March 26th of 2020.
Some crazy filters going on.
A single answer, nothing, no explanation, no nothing. I filed all these petitions and police reports. No.
Maybe it's because you're the problem. Also, there's bingo. If you guys want to play it, it's the pinned comment as well. I added new words since the one last night. But if you see anyone missing on there, put them in chat. And agenda actually should be on the bingo card. I'm gonna put agenda on there too. But yeah, you guys can play that if you want.
No follow up at all whatsoever. When the state calls back, they say that they're going to help, and then they never call back again. And then I call them, and then they call back in about a week. This is unacceptable.
Do you guys hear that in the background? I think that's Xavier.
I've had my own place since I was 18. I'm 36 now with 3 kids and 1 in the oven. And like the fucked up part is that my personal blog starts to get happy. I find sponsorship that helps me and like gives us money and wants to do fun stuff with us, wants to give us tickets to places and shit. And they're like getting bullied by whoever the fuck is so thirsty for this storyline of me being homeless. It's sick. Someone is literally getting off on me struggling.
Someone's literally getting off. But I don't know about on you struggling.
And it's not even struggle. It's like there is nowhere to go. What do I do? If all my shit is on a luggage cart and the hospital won't let us inside with the luggage cart, the hospital of all places, I go for an ultrasound. They don't want to let us in with the luggage cart. Who do you think is going to fucking let us in?
That's wacky. That's wacky. It's really hard to pay attention with all this crazy stuff in the background. This is another Snapchat.
Street. Now, I think it's always funny when Xavier is able to stop 30 or 40 times to ask people for cigarettes, free food.
Oh, this is actually a good one.
Food and coffee, etc. and so forth.
Etc. and so forth. There's a bingo. Squares, I think 2.
But when my toes are frozen and I'm asking him to come on, there's always some weird emergency. It's not in his character to do that, so I know it's nefarious.
I know it's nefarious. It has to be them influence him to do this.
I'm not playing with
He doesn't smoke cigarettes normally.
you people. What you're doing is illegal and unlawful. All of your harassment, I didn't ask any of you for this. If you're not helping with housing or donating money, do not follow me.
I don't know what that was about. I don't know if that was a person recording it or like Heather, but I don't know. That made me laugh too. I don't know if you guys could have heard it. They have been nefariously busy, 22 weeks pregnant.
Pretty much every single day that I have had a game plan for what we're going to do, whether it's rallying, whether it's going to congressmen, aldermen, going to the library, they find a way to fuck it up. They destroy our stuff. They pour water on us. They've peed on our tent before. I don't understand, short of blatant anarchy, how this could be possible. We're at the laundry. So I have those 2 huge machines, $40, okay, just to wash this stuff. And I just did.
Oh, is this another like they're making my clothes dirty conspiracy to slow me down in my progress to solve homelessness? Because that was the thing that was the big thing this week. She solved homelessness this week, guys, and something else. I can't remember what it was though. 2 things she solved. She can't solve them for herself, but she solved them for the world.
Did this 3 days ago. My life, believe it or not, is not meant for this. I'm supposed to be with my children, raising my kids, Viviana, Lewis, and Alexis, the kids I gave birth to, in my own home, relaxing with some apple cinnamon scented candles, not sleeping in a fucking tent, fighting off drug users and domestic abusers. This is ridiculous. Okay, so let me just reiterate for you guys, and I'm using a filter. This is Heather.
Just in case you didn't realize that's Heather, because yeah, I was really like mistaken there. I think I could reset. Sorry, I'm messing around with stuff.
I have 3 children. I've always worked a full-time job as well as several side hustles, waist trainer sales, glasses sales, tons of stuff, personal training, services sales, nutrition sales.
Maybe you should try getting a job in sales then. They usually don't require even any experience. You always need someone in sales. Like they'll take a chance on you. So if you have experience, I'm sure you'd be fine.
I am being oppressed, meaning I've gotten 21 jobs since 2019 that I have been chased out of, physically assaulted out of.
I mean, like you have a cell phone that you're recording on right now, all this nonsense. You could be using that to make sales. You wouldn't even need a place to live. And as long as you're making sales for whatever company, you'd be good to go, right?
Or forced out of. I have filed police reports after each. My vehicle has been destroyed and stolen. my title stolen, all of this reported to law enforcement. On top of that, I've been raped, bludgeoned, stabbed, beaten, and left outside to die in a tent while my 3 children have to live with their father. And sometimes we have phone contact and sometimes not.
I wonder if it's in your head. Hi, Crazy Train and TD, though. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. Crazy Train, we're going to watch that crazy cop in the park thing. I hope if there's time on your channel.
And no one can explain to me why, even though I still have a court order with custody. So I have custody of my children, but they're with their fathers. I walk from the downtown area.
In case anyone's wondering, she doesn't have custody of them. That's why.
I don't have a lot of money, no regular income since being chased out of all my jobs. Every single time I get a little bit of money and I have plans to spend it on clothing for my children or myself, someone comes and destroys everything we have that we need, like my tent. I don't have indoor place to sleep. 4 years of calling 311 in for shelters. I have no drug problems. I have no issues. I have a bachelor's degree. They refuse to give me a court date.
Does that sound right to you guys? Doesn't sound right to me. Even if I didn't know the situation, doesn't sound right to me.
Everything that has gone on surrounding my case is not only unethical and immoral, it's also illegal, degrading, and dehumanizing. I have been tortured in so many ways I could not even begin to recount them.
She really don't know what the fucking torture means, like the definition.
I just had to spend 1/3 of my total income for the month on a new tent and new sleeping bags because someone destroyed mine again, for the 4th or 5th time since we've been out here. No one is giving me the money back for these things. No one. No one is paying me to get bludgeoned.
No one's paying you to get bludgeoned? You don't say. Yeah, I don't say. What the fuck does that even mean? What? And why would no one is gonna pay you to like replace your stolen things? Like that sucks. Like if anyone's things get stolen, that sucks. But no one is gonna pay to replace them.
And I'm 22 weeks pregnant with baby number 4. I'm a fantastic mother. My children have a great mom. Why do you people continue to prevent me from parenting my children? What kind of further abuse against me is it going to take? Do I have to wind up dead on the side of the road for you people to take this seriously? What do I need to do? Because I've not agreed to be a part of any federal traps, any law enforcement traps or game playing.
What traps is she talking about?
None of that. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm not here for the fucking social experiments. None of that shit. I'm a social media influencer in that you motherfuckers are influenced by what I really talk about.
I hope no one's influenced by what I ever talked. Why did I call her Sarah? Sarah's Circle. That's in my head. Whatever Heather's talking about, because no. Who's being influenced by this lady?
I'm not creating agendas based on poverty of people I'm not, around. I live this shit. And a lie cannot stand next to the truth. Okay, so just so you guys know, I have no idea how to be homeless. I've been on my own since.
Can someone put in the chat how long she's been homeless? I want to say it's 4 years, but she also apparently it was in the 2020s, so maybe it's not 4 years. Maybe I'm wrong. But why is she pretending like she's never been homeless before all of a sudden?
18 years old, 14 if you really, think of it. But my own apartment since 18. This is how I have all of our stuff. Waterproof bags, tied up, everything clean, every 3 to 7 days in the laundromat. I don't know how these fucking nasty animals live.
Probably not like that. It's probably low priority laundry. Like I think a lot of homeless people are probably dirty because food and shelter are more priority than a whole cart of clean clothes. She used to have 2 carts of clean clothes. Now, no wonder Xavier's wearing hair clothes. Like he doesn't have anything. He doesn't even have a cart anymore. They just got the 1 cart.
But I don't live like that. So if you see shit fucked up, trust and believe that it had nothing to do with Heather. Okay? I am very clean. Always have been. I'm a mom. And
I clean my laundry every day. So if any fucked up shit happens, obviously I'm not responsible because I do laundry.
This shit is disgusting. I cannot stand these motherfuckers. Cannot. Right in my tent, 4 of them to be exact, and I buy this tent. I spent $70 fucking that was supposed to go towards the budget for winter clothes for my 3 children, Vivi, Louis, Alexis, and myself. I'm also 22 weeks pregnant. And look at this shit. You guys see that? Clearly someone else has already used this and dirtied the fucking tent.
So I don't know where she got this evidence, or I've read evidence. I don't know where she got this tent from, but apparently she's upset that there's dirt or something in it. If she got it from a store, I don't think it would have been used. If she got it secondhand, of course it's fucking used.
$70.
So she paid. Okay, think about that. She paid $70 for the tent. She says she's dropping like $40 every 3 days on laundry. Like, where's she getting all this money? Like, Xavier's dad gives him money. You should be using this like way more efficiently or effectively. Like, you're never going to get out of homelessness if you keep doing that. Also, like the makeup, I don't know. Hopefully she's stealing the makeup, because you shouldn't be buying makeup with that money either. It's just like, it's fucking crazy, bro.
So you guys know a little bit about GoPro Solo. GoPro Solo is a project that I began working on to
What a project that none of us really know what the fuck it is.
create artwork out of smut, basically.
That's what it was?
I was exposed brand new, completely innocent. I think I should do this as a live or as a longer reel, because there's a lot to say about the subject, but I had never even seen porn before. And a man approached me, Dylan Smith, the Love After Lockup character, and basically made me feel like the most beautiful goddess in the world. And like, if I loved him, I would engage in these sorts of behavior. And this is what we call in the business grooming.
He approached me while he was in jail. I don't know how that could happen.
Or conditioning. And people primarily who have undergone issues that affected their self-confidence as teenagers or young children are targets. I was sent to Jamaica as a 14-year-old and spent the rest of my teenage life in almost complete isolation. So at 18 years old, I aged out of the system, got my own apartment, got married, had children. I was encouraged to do porn, which I never did, thank God.
Yeah, she's on Pornhub. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's on the website name. That'd be like, I don't make YouTube videos. I'm just on YouTube.
But I did do a lot of solo content, and a lot of it was nude, a lot of it was XXX, and I sold it. I'm an artist, and I've always been an artist since I was a little girl. I've loved art. It's been my favorite class. I've always been very, very creative as well. And I'm also pretty intelligent. So this new campaign of being able to create artwork, even though it was very sexy and explicit in nature,
She's trying to make her porn sound like it was art,
and sell it for profit on my own while utilizing social media as a marketing platform, I absolutely fell in love with that process. I changed the content and the subject matter away from sexy, away from XXX, and I started creating artwork based on what was going on in my life. And
is her manifestos the art she's talking about? She did like a photo shoot where she put a leaf on her head and she's like, it's Earth. And then she did wind. No, she didn't do wind. Earth and something. I can't remember. But she didn't do the other two elements. I was thinking like maybe fire. She would be like setting herself on fire.
And different abuses that I had overcome. And I started using my art and the platform as a way to cope, almost like therapy. Anyone's comments calling them a hoe or an
maybe it was water. Yeah. Okay. So it was earth and water.
Addict or a bitch or telling them to kill themselves. That group needs to be, I cannot stress the importance, they need to be separated.
Oh, let me pause this real quick here because she's like, I'm not the one doing that. She's in people's DMs doing that though. So if we go into here, they offered you a case manager, meals, free laundry, shower, internet, and phone. And then she replies, bitch. And then they show, because she posts this stuff to her own Instagram stories. So they're showing her, you look, it says right here in the thing you posted that they were offering this. What are you talking about? Get the dick out of your ears. And why the fuck are you, or what the fuck are you going to do? Do you see me hungry? No. You responded to a question of housing and shelter. You are the problem. And if you were in any position, I think it might, yeah. If you were in any position, most certainly would have killed yourself by now. Whoa, Heather. Whoa, Heather, pump the brakes. What the so extra. I worked for years to pay off my car. What the fuck does the car have to do with it? Was and am single mother to my 3 children. No child support. Nada. Dylan and his deals with the corrupt local government got me here. The state ignored me. The state of Illinois ignored me, allowing me to be raped, bludgeoned, beaten, robbed, and that's what got me here. So whoever messaged them got like a whole bingo card right out the bat. You claim they offered you nothing. A case manager can help you. And that's what they replied with. Keep in mind, all they said was they offered you a case manager, free laundry, shower, and internet/phone. Maybe they were even acting out of good faith and being like, maybe you didn't see this in the thing you posted, but this is Heather's whole response to all that. And then she responds with, and the people like you know nothing but continue to contribute, spreading lies, and should be prosecuted. The last one here. To the fullest extent, and you should probably have a psych evaluation. I've had 3 in the past 3 years. They all say I'm fine, but you've had 3. I mean, like, what kind of flux is that? I've had 3 psych evaluations this past year, or in the past 3. Psych evaluation a year. It's like an apple a day keeps the doctor away. It's like, I'm going to be prosecuted for pointing out resources Sarah Circle has. Wow, what will come of that? And it's like, you need a referral. I got you, ho. Bye. So very ironic that she's bitching about bullying and people telling her mean things when this person was literally pointing something out to you that you may have missed, and you went off like that. That's ticking all the boxes for crazy, bro.
So then what starts happening is I start getting messages saying, you don't have custody of your kids, you're a drug addict, you're on crack, you're a prostitute, none of which have ever been true. And the reason for that is because whoever the fuck was wearing Xavier's skin the other day.
Oh yeah, this is where apparently people are invading or taking off Xavier's skin, putting them on, and then like I guess later on in the day giving him back his skin. I don't know how that works.
Wants me to rebrand myself. They don't want the proof to be on any of my pages. They don't want my next identity to have anything to do with my previous, and I'm not fucking for it. I've been working for my company, GoPro Solo, since 2015. I have evolved it myself. One Heather GEE, they tried the same shit. We're going to rebrand new. No, fuck you. So they changed my passwords and locked me out of 4 Instagram accounts that I, on my own, grew to over 10, 15, 20, 60,000 followers.
Who could have done that except Xavier himself, or maybe you when you were high and you just forgot? Like, what the fuck are we listening to?
It's sick. I'm not selling my identity.
Also, it's like her porn identity is a business now. I don't think that. Nah, like what?
I'm not selling my story. I'm not selling my production company. In under 3 weeks.
Production company. I don't think anyone's trying to buy it.
Since I created this Snapchat account, maybe 4, I have been posting almost daily and saving all of my content. Now, they locked my account without even so much as a warning again, which if anyone knows me, they knows I don't post smut. I haven't worked in any sort of, even sexy capacity, which isn't illegal. It was like maybe PG-13 in its most recent, since before 2000.
I mean, okay, guys. So I saw the what the fuck, the Sunday meow, the Sunday pussy, and like I was, what the fuck? I don't want to say that's PG-13. I'd say, what is that? And like the pumpkin booty and all that crap. I don't know. I don't know if it would pass as PG-13.
2018. You can't ban a person from a platform because in 2018 they produced sexy content. I don't circulate that, nor have I. So I don't know what's going on. I think it's, again, these fake developers who are not really Snapchat, creating cloned copies of apps that are meant to look like the apps. They use the branding, the logos, the color combinations, and it's not really Snapchat blocking or locking. It's these fucking. So I was getting ready to do a photo shoot, and I tried to put on my eyelash. I starts tearing up.
Oh, this is a weird conspiracy. She thought that somebody put acid in her eyelash glue. I don't know if that's the proper term. I think you put the fake eyelashes on with it. I wouldn't know. But yeah, she's convinced that someone put acid in it to sabotage her.
Can't fucking see. I'm like crying, trying to save the look.
Yeah.
Someone replaced my eyelash glue with acetone. So again, who the fuck raised these people? I'm trying to salvage it, but it's like now mixed together with like crust and acetone. It's half sticky, half gooey, half burning.
Why would they put acetone in it? I don't know why I thought acid. But yeah, nail polish remover is acetone, right? It would be, what? It would be Xavier, I'm assuming.
This is the finished makeup look. Heavy eyebrow, heavy eye. It was supposed to be with an eyelash. It doesn't work without an eyelash. So whatever, I'll have to improvise. Maybe I'll cover my eyes or something. Who knows? So now Xavier is being so abusive, saying that there are people all around our tent and that me bending to pick up trash.
This is a really good one. Okay. And this is a Snapchat. So I'll just let it play. So it can speak for itself.
Trash off the ground is in an effort to upset him. Let's look around. Do you see anything? You guys see people under my tent? Around my tent?
And you're still pointing your ass at them.
He's like, look, you're still pointing your ass at them. I really don't think there's anyone around. Is Xavier seeing people?
Nothing.
You're still pointing your ass at them.
He's pointing. He's gonna point off in the distance. There's not gonna be anybody there.
Do you see this? You see this, right?
I don't know what the fuck he saw. All these. Get off the drugs, bro.
This person is a full block away. And look how I'm dressed.
I didn't even see a person. But okay, maybe there was one off in the distance a block away. Maybe.
Yoga pants, tall socks, and a coat. No makeup on. Feel like shit. Look like shit. You're wearing fucking sports bras. And there are no people.
Like, why would he be even wearing a sports bra? He has a hoodie on. Why would you need a sports bra under it? I think Xavier might be a serial killer. Maybe Xavier is the one we need to worry about here.
Anywhere near my tent at all.
I mean, like, you'd have to be kind of kooky to leave your house to go live like this with Heather Gillespie.
So not only does he have no cause to be abusive, I'm tired of fucking being abused. Very hectic and chaotic ever.
Very hot dick and chaotic.
Since I kind of gave the announcement that we were going to go in person and start petitioning alder people rather, and just kind of connect with different niches of life. As a personal blog owner, so I document my journey there, as well as the production company side of things. I want to understand in a way,
for the record, by the way,
content aside, what is going on in our world as we evolve from positions of local power and authority on up the chain. So that's what we're going to do. And we've been trying for 5 days, but we have not given up.
So this is like day 5 of trying to get the alderman to pay attention to him.
Obstacles are only obstacles. I definitely need a day without being abused and, severe psychological. There's been so many intentional obstacles in our way. Just really terrible ones, Xavier is supposed to be my partner in handling.
You got airplanes, hair dryers, fucking, what does this say? There are regular people of average intelligence that are going after and giving mental beatings, mistakes made by someone else, being punished against innocent parties with no reasons being given or communications being had. That's a coherent sentence.
These situations and in life. And it's like sometimes these people just involve themselves, in ways that doesn't respect our relationship.
in any way, and then they still want us to be respectful of them. You can't go around making people behave in ways that they wouldn't normally act in, caused and brought on by the way you abuse them.
Who is abusing you guys to make you act this way?
And expect them to have respect for you. I don't respect any of you at all. Not even a little.
So don't ask any of them for money then.
I could see into the eyes of the people that you bring around me that you're hurting them. And these are regular people. These are not terrorists, you know. You know that one small occurrence of creating the feeling of disconnection from.
So I'm assuming this is going to be a rant about her kids or something, because BCG posted at the top here, you're blocked from contacting the child for good reason. Just stop already. I don't know why she just has Heather Coco Senza at the top, right? She's not even doing the accent, the Coco Senza accent.
My family and my children.
Be consistent, Heather. Come on.
Children is not the problem. The problem is a buildup of all of those curated types of situations, like the one I just posted about, that have been ongoing for 4+ years. There has been intentional effort being spent to cause me to feel isolated, alone, separate from my children and my family. And that in itself is domestic terrorism. Those restrictions on phone calls, those intentional causal feelings of being alone and unloved, especially with the person you suspect is already battling depression. Found that my blog posts have been rewritten. So Xavier said something to me yesterday that I get.
So this is interesting. She's saying her blog posts, like on her crazy ass website that I showed, I think, at the very first stream, have been rewritten. Apparently she gave access to some guy to make them more coherent because they were all over the place, and he was just adding notes like saying, what are you talking about here? Give more description here, maybe give a date here. And then I don't know if he actually did mess it all up or anything. I think she just doesn't know how to use a freaking computer. And that's why she just scribbles over everything else.
So annoyed because Xavier and I have been together for 18 months. He knows exactly why I do the things I do and don't do the things I don't do. He's like, well, why don't you just start typing your book? He knows why I don't. I typed my almost entire book. Someone inverted every single paragraph, took out sentences, deleted entire paragraphs, not like one paragraph. Like I'm talking like 11 to 20 paragraphs 4 times throughout like the one chapter I had written. So while I'm typing, they're editing remotely through my computer, the computer that was stolen from outside his father's house last year. So I can't do it. And they do the same thing with my blog. They take things out.
She really looks like she's on something here. She's like really twitchy, and this is all conspiratorial. This is the most conspiratorial thing in the reel so far, like all the reels.
Rewrite it. And these are things like important things like, oh, someone raped me that day, or, oh, someone dosed me that day. Who that isn't nefarious would go take something like that out of the writing? They clearly have something to hide. Dylan as X in a lot of my posts. And then they invite.
All right, so this is her crazy conspiracy that they brought Xavier around because his name starts with X, because she was posting about Dylan being her ex, and she would refer to just X, not EX. Let me see this. The X I wrote about is Dylan, and I was under a gag order from the show Love After Lockup. I was forced to write using X in place of Dylan's name, and now 3 years later, they strategically place Xavier in my life, claiming to be sent by God. Is that what Xavier's claiming, that he's sent by God? And having a brother who works for the district attorney, clearly something isn't right here. Why don't you get away from him then? I think it'd be best for the both of you.
Someone called Xavier into my life 3 full years later and started having him telling people that to call him X. Xavier I didn't know any Xavier when I wrote those blog posts. When I added X to my branding, I did not know Xavier. I didn't even know an Xavier existed. As I said, I didn't want to get beaten up by speaking about the abuse that was taking place. And so I replaced the abuser with the letter X. That's gone from the blog post.
And the time machine function is very easy to use if you're a hacker. I'm not, I need a hacker on my team. All you have to do is type in the date.
The time machine. I don't know what she's done, but I guess it's a computer thing. The time machine.
Which
I've never used the time machine before when doing any computer stuff.
I have. It's 2019 that the blog was opened. Look at all the original published date originals, which is always there, whether it's available to the public or not. If you know how to code or you know how to hack, it's not even really hacking. You can get it. You guys.
You can get it. If that was Xavier's pickup line, I was sent by God, baby. That's really cringe. And like, the fuck would you? Why would you say that? Crazy Train, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. I can't see what the super stickers actually. Let me see. I should be able to see it over here if I didn't have the thing closed. But no, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is all like really. I don't know what drug she's on. I think she does some different drugs based on like her personalities that come out. It's like that's like the conspiracy drug, whatever the fuck that was.
When you are on location in a place, don't throw trash outside.
This is her advice to not be a litter bug.
Take the trash directly to the trash can or keep it somewhere hidden. Because as soon as you become someone's target for a smear campaign, they can walk by, photograph that trash outside, and come up with any sort
it's a lemon. Thank you.
of nefarious narrative. You're nasty, you're a pig, you don't clean up after yourself, people shouldn't. This is cutthroat sometimes. Be on top of yourself. PR.
Just if there's trash around you, people are going to think you put that trash there, and then they're not going to treat you good. So you got to pick up other people's trash. Don't be littering because I don't want to pick up your trash. I think that's her message.
Checkthehill.com.
Some interesting commentary by Xavier here in the background. He's just like going off about the Washington Post and Jeff Bezos or something.
You gotta start looking at some news. I don't trust Washington Post. None of that. There's no one more full of shit than Jeff Bezos.
For my hands, for my toes.
You can't trust the Washington Post. Jeff Bezos owns it. It's there. But she's bad these years. Exposed a bunch of the time she left a bunch of trash at her camps. I'm not surprised, to be honest. And oh my god, my flock, thank you for the super sticker as well. Don't feel it. You guys don't gotta do that if you don't want to. Just enjoy the show, but I appreciate you.
I also have this one.
All electric pinks.
This one.
So I don't know how much each of those things cost, but I know makeup's not cheap, right? Why is she spending her money on this? And again, if she's stealing that, that's bad too. But that would be the more, like, if you're homeless, you don't need all this fucking nail polish.
God.
And this one. Cherry red.
Electric orange.
And a clear coat. And this one. And then my squishies.
All Barbie pinks. And Warhol pinks.
Squishies, yeah. All my photo shoots. Cuticle trimmers. You guys,
I just thought it was just like her showing off all her stuff, and it's just like, yeah, Xavier's saying weird stuff in the background. Oh, okay. Actually, trigger warning. So these are some gross feet. So if you want to just, I don't know, put your hand over the side of the phone. If you don't want to see some really gross feet, I suggest doing that right now.
Cut all of this dead skin off. Look. From all this walking. Look at this.
Why are you making this content? What the fuck, bro?
My fingernails. This is the self-care that I'm able to do right now. So it went from salon mani-pedis every single week to this every other week or every week. So this is Cocoa Pumpkin Belly photo shoot.
So this is the photo shoot of her Cocoa Pumpkin Belly, which is based off of Cocoa Pumpkin Booty, which I think she possesses it.
By the lakefront, we're 23 weeks. We're 22 weeks, 5 days exactly, but it's the 23-week shoot.
Don't tell them where we're at.
And
Don't tell her. She already did. We're over by the lakefront. We're gonna do the Cocoa Pumpkin Belly shoot. Sorry, Xavier.
I'm excited. Haven't washed my hair in a week, so we're improvising there. Cocoa Pumpkin Belly.
Why all the same shot, like over and over and over again? Maybe because I had to edit all these together twice because it was giving me problems before. Did I put loops in? I feel like I have deja vu.
Yes, you guys, you are correct. I have my little holiday cheer candle. Every single photo is me, and I curated every outfit and look. And every single photo was taken, pardon me, every single photo was taken since 2022. Because I moved into that apartment New Year's Eve. And I did all of those looks with the exception of the second blonde look within the last year and a half. So with nothing, I have been doing as much as possible.
I wonder.
And literally with a small budget, the sky is the limit.
That's the dirty can.
The Saviour here is going to use this here Morphe palette.
So this is interesting. They like to use these Australian accents. I used to just think it was when they were eating, but now I think it's when they're on drugs.
Trying to compete with some accents with this LA girl. We're simply wetting the brushes, you see. Both of my squishies were 23 weeks pregnant in real life. We wet the brushes with this spray bottle and then we pick the colours.
That's so good. Yes.
So just like painting with all of the makeup, right? Like all the expensive makeup instead of just getting like, I don't know, some dollar store paint. You decide to do that. Also, yeah, apparently Dylan's been going live off and on for some particular reason. BCG is on the case. I don't know what's up with that. It might be like fighting with Marissa or something, so that's not good. I don't know. No, didn't know. Why is it not playing? Oh, it is.
So apparently this filter makes you look like what you think you look like in your head. Yep.
Some really freaky music.
Yes, you guys, you are correct. I have my little holiday cheer candle. Every single photo is me, and
Okay, yeah, so this is where it would duplicate. Give me a second here. Let me fix this. Because I was like, I was noticing something. Where is this ball? It's really dark. That's why. Okay. Did we see this one? I don't know if we saw this one.
grocery convenient. And I was so irritated. And I said to you guys, how the fuck are they selling a box of cereal, pardon me, for $9.39 or $8? What? At CVS. Guess how much I paid for this at Walgreens? And it's not expired. $1.99. What is CVS doing?
What is CVS doing? I don't know, Heather. You got to get on their case.
And why? So the worst part about being outdoors in a tent for so long, 540 days today, is basically that you have to move regularly. Anytime you stay in one spot for too many days in a row, You have weather, you have animals, you have bugs, you have lots of people walking their dogs with urine and poop. You have your own urine. Guys pee wherever around the tent. Xavier pees all over around the tent.
Xavier, come on.
I pee into a container and we dump it. So you have to keep moving. And that's really hard on the tent, all the equipment, not to mention, me. I'm very pregnant. I don't have a body pillow. I only have one pillow, and then I sleep my head on a duffel bag. I rest my belly on a rolled up blanket. And then I just if I'm not walking around aimlessly, I'm sitting in here typing up campaigns, writing down campaigns, or, trying to reach out to people for assistance. As I always say, you guys, I should be at home focusing on doing home.
Yeah, CVS is like a drugstore. I don't know why you would even be buying cereal at CVS. Maybe there's just one closest to her other than a grocery store. But yeah, don't buy your food at CVS.
Work with my children, helping my kids consider what they're going to do after high school.
You know why it's probably expired? Because no one buys cereal at fucking CVS.
Considering my oldest is a senior this year, and enjoying my pregnancy, trying out new baby products. I should not be being held in a tent like some sort of experimentation doll. I'm a human being. I'm a mother, and I want to go home to my children.
No addiction issues, false. No criminal record, false. Bachelor's degree and 1 million certificates. Wait, what? What are you talking about? 1 million certificates? What the fuck are these certificates in? 1 million. Also, 1 million. I don't think you could. I don't know, bro. I was going to try to do some quick math. How many hours has Heather lived? Has Heather even lived 1 million hours? I don't think you could fucking have 1 million certificates. Employable, intelligent.
My home has been taken from me unlawfully 4 times in the last 4 years. 540 days in this tent so far. So with that being said, if you shut down 4 of my Instagram accounts where I am sharing information that would bring my business success.
Oh, so apparently a Snapchat account got compromised on at the 18th, and she's referring to the time before when she said all those Instagram accounts got taken down, even though her 2 Instagram accounts that I know of are still up. And now apparently Snapchat got taken down, probably because she was maybe doing something she wasn't supposed to against terms of service, and now she's upset about it.
Or possibly prevent me from being harmed. And you are.
How old is Heather? Heather is, I'm just going to say 40 for the fuck of it. It's actually going to help her out.
Or hacking that account or attempting to hack that account, so much so that all of those accounts are locked.
If Heather's 40 times fucking 365 days in a year times 24 hours would be 350,000 hours and 400. So let's say each certificate took an hour to get. She could only possibly, if she was getting certificate every hour of her life from the time she popped out of the womb, would only have 350,000 of them. So I don't know where the fuck these million certificates come from and people are just giving out certificates, but that's just like an obvious huge lie. Why the fuck would she even say that?
Would you not then be the hacker charging you with obstruction, hacker?
Okay.
Why are you in my Snapchat? So with that being said, if you shut
Again with the hair dryer in the background.
down 4 of my Instagram accounts where I am sharing information that would bring my business success or possibly prevent me from being harmed, and you are hacking that account or attempting to hack that account, so much so that all of those accounts are locked, would you not then be the hacker charging you with obstruction, hacker?
Okay, there is doubles in here. I'm sorry.
Why are you in my Snapchat? Oh my god, you guys.
Okay, this we haven't seen this one. I gotta pay attention though.
I'm trying so hard to stay positive. My body hurts so bad. Anyone have any suggestions for what to do when you're being ignored, going on year 4 systemically? left outside to die, 6 months pregnant, on the concrete floor with your back in excruciating pain, called 311 a million times, no one ever helps. Your family is not being permitted to help you, and it seems like local government is the reason and cause for me being held outside in this tent on the floor.
Maybe just go to a different city then. Just get out of Chicago. You'd be a better homeless person in California or Florida anyways.
Police have no answers. The state's attorney has no answers. Anyone have any suggestions?
I want to
Get the fuck out of fucking Chicago, or go to Sarah Circle, get rid of Xavier, everything we've been saying the whole time.
press charges against everyone involved. Again, I've proved.
So she's revving up to some crazy stuff here. So these say both the stabbing and the bludgeoning occurred in the bright daylight. Canceling her access to bank accounts gives the upper hand to the prosecutors. Forensic accounting saves lives. I think this is maybe when her bank account got messed up. If the state refuses to pick up the cases, I'm being denied victim services, chased, bullied, or robbed out of 21 jobs in the last 36 months. I have a list of each with dates, locations, and hiring managers. Now they are fucking with the donations I receive, which come from via Cash App. This is lawful and exploitive oppression. I want my kids. I want to go home. I'm not a fucking spy. Get the fuck away from me. I don't know who's accusing her of being a spy.
Proven repeatedly that I've done nothing wrong. This is no way to ask someone questions or investigate them. This is just harassment. Again, I'm in a tent, 23 weeks pregnant. This is my.
I forgot there's a band called 311. We could get her a 311 band t-shirt and she'd think it's 311. Yeah, that'd be fucking perfect, actually.
Second pregnancy in 2 years. One of them happened probably as a result of being raped. Law enforcement has known all about this. They say the state's attorney won't pick up the case because there isn't enough evidence, but they made arrests for at least 3 or 4 of the violent occurrences. When I was bludgeoned and needed my head stapled for no reason, an arrest was made. When I was stabbed 11 times, an arrest was made. So the police have done their jobs. Why won't the state pick up the cases? So
probably because you're not telling us the truth, I'd imagine.
When the government or representatives of the government, so the state's attorney's office, private investigators, detectives, etc., when they begin to interfere with your well-being, leave you outside to be raped, robbed, beaten, abused, yet they've been supposedly investigating you on a hotline since 2015, wouldn't you say that's a violation of human and civil rights?
I think this may be withdrawals.
I'm going to the police and the hospital reporting being dosed, raped, abused, robbed, broken into repeatedly. Since 2015, I have at least 50 of those police reports on file. Yet the state's attorney has taken action on 0 of them, and they follow me around and put me under pressure like I'm out here fucking moving vans. Bitch, I have no money. What the fuck do you want from me?
Well, you have money at some point because like Xavier does drugs, you fucking buy all that makeup, you're buying really expensive cereal at CVS for some reason. The laundry, everything else you say you spend money on, the tent, $70 tent.
Get out of my way. Let me live. I just want to remind all of you, number one, bullying a pregnant woman, there's a special place in hell for you.
There's a lot of written on this one. What the hell? I'm not a drug person. I'm not a con artist. I don't steal from people. I have a bachelor's degree and 15 years work experience with numerous letters of recommendations and accurate, reliable resume. Go find a real fucking criminal to harass, stalk, rape, abuse, torture outdoors for months/years on end. You started this with me in 2018. You threw me unlawfully out of 4 homes/apartments, and you looked the other way while I've been raped, robbed, beaten, stabbed, unlawfully detained in psych wards, stolen my car, separated me from my children, stalked and harassed my doctors. Who the fuck did that? And other legal advocates. I don't even think Congress stalked Soroka's doctor, and that'd be crazy. Me neither. So I'm saying this because I'm being oppressed and abused again. Never been a skimmer. Don't use people's credit cards without their permission. I'm a wife and a mother. You losers die! Exclamation points all across the board. So I'm assuming maybe her account's got locked for being a skimmer or using other people's credit cards. Why would she be denying it if it wasn't a point of contention?
You fucking losers. Number 2, I'm not the bad guy here. I've done everything legally, by the book, and morally and ethically. If for any reason I was ever trapped in a position where I had to break the law, steal a protein bar after not fucking eating for 5 days, being stalked and raped and left to die outside, I've made every fucking decision in my power and out of my power to do the best fucking thing for everyone involved. I don't break laws. I'm not a bully. I don't steal people's money. I don't skim their fucking credit cards or debit cards. All of you should be ashamed of yourself. Every fucking single one of you should be ashamed of yourself.
I think you should be ashamed of yourself. A lot of what she says is projection. You guys are evil. I don't think. Are you sure you're not the evil one, Heather?
So for all you fake feds congregating around my tent, why don't you go home?
Fake feds congregating around her tent.
Get your fucking phones out, write an email, and request the banking records from every single place that has ever asked me for a bill, because I've been calling them. Call Capital One. I've been telling them I'm being raped and abused in the street. Please.
I'm sorry, but that's very sad. Let's say it was true. Let's just say it was true for a second. For the sake of Heather's argument, Capital One isn't going to clear your credit card debt because you got raped and bludgeoned and stabbed in the street. I've never heard of a credit card company doing that. I'm sorry.
Please help me. Law enforcement isn't helping.
That's not a credit card problem.
Unrecorded lines with private fucking companies since 2018. Do your jobs.
They're trying to, and you're on the phone with them talking a bunch of nonsense. Their job would be helping people with their credit cards.
All right, so if you guys have been following my personal blog, my real life story of everything that's been going on since 2015, when I first started being exploited. I have no criminal record. I have a bachelor's degree. I have 3 children, and I'm pregnant with my 4th. I am currently involved in numerous projects. They're mostly all mine. GoPro Solo is a production company, media company, marketing company that I created in 2015.
Did we listen to this one? Tell me if you listened to this one already.
When I started doing cam work, I have not done that kind of work since 2018 at all. I haven't been involved in any sort of sexy entertainment production at all.
We have seen this one. We did see this one. I'm pretty sure. Let's skip a bit ahead. Because some of these I'm going to have doubles for some reason. Let's go into... Okay. We didn't see this one yet, though. We'll go here.
And with no opportunity to earn their own income, and items cost money. So they're being held in these spaces with a bar of soap and a toothbrush. That's it. Limited access to medical care, if any at all, and no opportunity to earn their own income. And it's not much different from what they're doing to me right now.
This is a weird angle, too. I don't know why she's like poking her eye out like that.
I've had 21 jobs in the last 36 months. I've been harassed, chased, beaten, or lied out of each and every single one of them. And we have the proof. It's very rare for me to get enough time to even create content that's this real. They're holding me outside so that I can't.
All of her lies. Content that it's so real, guys.
Speak on this shit if you guys don't get that yet. So forgive my unkept appearance, or sometimes I speak on it while I'm doing my makeup. The morning few minutes in this tent are the only opportunities that I truly have. Also, for everyone responsible for broadcasting me how I look without makeup on, not being able to shower, not being able to have my regular Botox and clean clothing.
Why you don't need Botox if you're pregnant. Also, like this Instagram account that she's adding here, she's like, this is a fake account. I know Karen Garcia personally, she just nothing like that. So that's like an acquaintance of Dylan's, apparently. I don't even know. At first, I thought this was a famous person. Like, she was doing what the people do with Britney Spears. Like, oh, Britney Spears is fake. That's not the real Britney Spears. This is just someone in Dylan's life. Like, you're crazy, lady.
I hope that they also have to show their ugly fucking selves, because I'm tired of watching bitches look at the It's Tiny G account, which was created intentionally to cause me concern, to cause me to feel like criminals are taking over the world and to manufacture crime. They put people who are or have historically been involved in shenanigans into a position to receive surgeries, high-paying jobs, and then they put them first in the algorithms of your news feed so that you can feel like crime is your only way. I promise you, I am not making this shit up. This has been 5 years and counting, probably closer to 10, but I just started to wake up 5 years ago. I don't have a problem with Tiny. I have a problem with the fact that
I don't even know how that turned into Tiny, bro. Like, that was... bro, man.
So if you guys didn't get that, let me explain that a little.
Yeah, I didn't get it at all. Please explain that.
Simpler terms. They put people who commit crimes for wealth into circulation and rotation of people who are in poverty, who are struggling or doing without, who are not eating, let me put it that way, who are sleeping outdoors in fucking tents. And they manufacture the storyline that those people have been successful in crime for 15, 10, 20 years.
What?
And then they call them undercovers. That is manufactured crime, ladies and gentlemen. That is not an undercover officer. That is manufactured crime. That is a doll.
I wonder if that's Xavier being like, shut the fuck up. Like, what? Every morning, man. Every morning we wake up and it's this.
DOLL. It is an acronym for someone that they use under control. So it's almost like a remote control. And they use a number of different means to control this person. It is sick. It is not American. It is a terrorist attack. Now, on top of that, you have people who are really committing crimes, okay? And they're going hard. I know a couple personally who have done, no doubt, at least 500 grand of credit card fraud.
I wonder if that's her Ponzi. She did all the credit card fraud, but she's like, no, it's actually this person. Okay, I know for a fact that they were the ones who did the credit card fraud.
In under a year. In broad daylight. I swear to God to you.
Yeah, I think I remember. We did watch that clip, I think, yesterday. It got thrown in somehow because I was like, of course, in broad daylight. Like, what?
No problems. They sit at their desk. You think they're regular business people. They go out in public. You have no fucking clue who these people are. And no, I will not disclose their names. All of you can go get fucked hard in the mouth, face, ear, wherever the fuck you like to take it.
Remember, we did see that. I don't know how that got thrown in because I'm pretty sure we were just watching the live streams yesterday, but we definitely heard that because I remember the ear shit.
For keeping me out here in this goddamn tent like a fucking animal with no criminal record, no drug problem, and no fucking reason legally for keeping me out here. Oh, you want my cooperation? Here it is.
So I think what we did actually was BCG had like that 13 minutes on her channel, and that's where we got this from. So we're right at the end of the stories. We're just about to hit the live. I mean, we've already seen this 13 minutes yesterday, so I can skip ahead to the live. And then this was the live. It's actually up on Crazy Train's channel, and I think BCG's channel right now. But I have it already here, so give me 1 second. And okay, so that'll save us some time. That's good. We're at 41, so at 40. Okay, this is the live. This was... Oh, okay, I actually edited this. I think I edited this. I better have. I spent not a lot of time, but enough time to make out what she was saying in this the live stream, the TikTok live stream that was really choppy and messed up. Okay, we'll go from here. Oh.
Times in person, XYZ, I start giving examples. They don't want that information getting out if they box me in. So who do you think they're going to box in next? Anyone who I've shared that information with.
So I really need to know that my children are safe, because I am fucking sick and tired of being abused and then having people who are supposed to protect us box us in.
Grab this flower by its neck, like this big like bush.
Yeah. So this is a good one. So this is like her description of fucking up flowers, because I played that on another stream. But her description of it's even more like the way she describes it, like, I grabbed the flower by its neck. It's a fucking stem. It's a flower. It doesn't have a neck.
Tree. It's like a white bush with like all these beautiful flowers on it and like a skinny little like tree part. And I grab it out of the like planter, and I start slamming it on the ground. I'm on live, and I'm like, "This is what happens when you rip a flower out of its natural environment and throw it into the street." And then like I show the plant, it's like spread all over the street. There's like 5 flowers like hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty much what happened.
All the rest of the flowers are all over the street. All my followers are like, "Oh my God, she should be arrested for defacing that bush. This is cruelty to plants. Herbivores unite. What is going on?"
Okay, so here's the live. So we're done with the stories. That's all the stories from this week. We're all caught up now. This is the last live that we didn't get to last night. After this, I don't think there's anything else after this one. I have some Frigesto stuff and some other Manifesto stuff, and then the cops. And then I think I gotta try to see if I can just re-download it if I can't find it. The clip of Xavier offering her drugs that is not weed.
I felt like I was being raped, and that he was the father, but I felt literally like my body was being had sex with for a very long period of time.
So that's how we're gonna start off the stream.
Like from like, I don't know what time to like 8 a.m., like 4 or like 8 p.m. to like 4 a.m. or like something weird like that. And I just kept remembering waking up.
Do you want the containers?
Do
you want them now?
Yeah, but can you fill them up, please? Thank you. Do you still have them? There's 3, right?
Yes.
So I couldn't tell like if I was literally imagining being raped. I wasn't imagining being raped the last time when I was raped by that guy at the hotel. That really happened for sure. Xavier and I were not really, it was our probably second time doing sex since I met him.
Doing sex. I've never heard someone say it like that, especially a porn person.
And like I said before, it was just very weird. It felt almost like, have you guys heard, and I've told Xavier this before, have you guys heard of being a rapist? Maybe that's good news. Who knows? Like literally, who knows? But have you guys ever heard those stories of people having surgeries and feeling like they are, I don't know, awake? Like the anesthesia didn't work for them? Well, that's kind of how it felt. It was like, what the fuck is going on here? And I would wake up and look around, and we were on the Gold Coast in the apartment that I cleaned, his dad's apartment. His dad is a famous artist, or his grandpa is a famous artist. No, we're not together anymore. His father works with Bitcoin or something. I'm sorry, I'm incredibly distracted because
someone said they lost an iPhone.
I don't care. You know what you should tell them? Ask them if they've been getting fucked against their will and filing police reports with the state and the county and the city and being ignored and left outside in a tent.
Yeah, make sure you ask him all that, Xavier.
Thanks. Anyways, the point is, these people are losers. It's been 4 days.
They're losers, and I hate losers.
That they're following us around, a new set of losers. And they don't do anything to help.
I'm gonna put losers on the cards.
Me with the agenda. I make it very clear in public that I haven't wasted my time here in this fucking bullshit ass tent. As a grown-up adult, I can't even continue to live my life because I'm in a space where some people are permitted the opportunity to fuck me while I am semi-conscious or in a lucid state. And when I report it to law enforcement, no one does anything to assist me in any way. That incident occurred in 2020, 18 months ago, and I ended up pregnant with twins. I report.
Yeah, so this is Kenny. You learned yesterday about this terrible story about the twins. So I don't know how much into detail she gets here. I was off doing other things while I was recording this, but I heard that this is a crazy one.
Reported to everyone involved, the police, the hospital. I don't know what's happening. It literally feels like I'm being drugged at times, like I'm lucid. Then there was a reoccurrence of that near the Whole Foods in Saginash. Something very similar took place while we were on our way walking towards the Pacific Ocean. I didn't know I was pregnant yet, but I was. The babies passed away because I went into preterm labor on December 26th in the Airbnb that I was staying at. I was working full.
So this is kind of a lie. I'm pretty sure she induced that in one way or another.
Full time at a place called Getir, Getir. And the day before Thanksgiving, the CEO, Langston Duggar, walked into the office and asked to talk to me, showed me a YouTube channel that was making fun of me and asked me not to wear company gear outside because the company didn't want any bad publicity. He asked, was I okay? Was I safe? I told him I did not think I was safe, that my life has been on the line numerous times, that I have been bludgeoned, that I have been beaten, that I have been stabbed, that multiple apartments have been broken into, that I have been being gang stalked and followed since.
I don't think you want to tell any authority you're being gang stalked. I think those are like red flag words. I don't think anyone's been able to prove that they're being gang stalked. So I don't, it's probably just a word of advice for anyone who might want to tell the police they're being gang stalked if they want to be taken seriously.
Dylan Smith's release from the IDOC, inmate number Y12173, and that I was scared for my life. I continued working while pregnant at Getir until I gave birth prematurely, went into full-fledged labor, contractions and everything, and both babies passed away. I literally gave birth to the babies myself, delivered them out of my vagina to my own two hands. Ambulance took me to Swedish Covenant Hospital where I was treated. Obviously, I needed a DNC to remove the placenta. I didn't go into birth with the afterbirth on my own. I had surgery as soon as I arrived.
Well, I don't know why she decided to just get on live and start saying all this shit. I mean, it's crazy. Heather's so crazy. Like, I don't know anyone who would just wake up and think, this is a good idea. Let's do this today.
I stayed in the hospital for 3 days after that. That was, I believe, January 1st. So New Year's Day of 2023. And
so she does have kids with two other fathers. So this would be technically number 4. She does not have custody. She says she has joint primary custody or primary custody. It doesn't exist. It's all a lie. But yeah, that's why she says it's number 4.
I was just not okay. You know, I was 3 days after losing 2 babies. I had to walk from Harlem and Belmont because Xavier and I had nothing clean. No clean clothes, no clean blankets, nothing. And we had no Airbnb reservation. So I finally got an Airbnb on the Northwest side called Michael's House, an Airbnb. There's a review in the Airbnb review section there from Michael. And we walked, and that was near Higgins. So from Harlem and Belmont to near Higgins.
Does anyone know where we can get the Airbnb review from Michael? Just Michael, yeah, at the Airbnb.
4 days postpartum.
I hosted Heather Gillespie, and she was fucking insane. I would imagine that's what the review says.
After delivering twins at 20 weeks gestation. And it wasn't a miscarriage, because a miscarriage is, it's like, oop, I got my period. I went into labor and saw physical baby body parts come out of my body and a sack with the baby in it.
She says joint primary custody, though, which primary joint custody or something. It's like, It's something. It's some term that doesn't exist. She doesn't have any custody.
Big difference. Both of them are tragic. Delivering something that looks like a human that comes out of your body, also traumatic.
It would have been a human. I mean, not just look like a human. But yeah, no worries, BCG. We don't have to like go back. I was just curious if anyone ever did find him. And what it was. It at least a positive review? What kind of review was it? Did she leave the review?
Okay. About 2 weeks after I delivered early, I got a text message from some random person named not Laquan, not La.
All right, I'm just gonna one more time. So TD, there is someone who does parody James Soroka. I don't think he does anymore, but he used to back in the day. His name is Rye Guy. If you ever want to YouTube Rye Guy James Soroka, you can see his parodies of him. He's pretty funny.
What was that guy's name? Lakai Fouche or Fouché, Fouche, Lakai, Lakai. I had no idea who this person is. I met him one time in the office. Other than that, had never seen him. My immediate manager was someone else, and that's who I responded to and reported to every day. I messaged her. We had a good relationship, informal. I messaged her a photo or a small video clip of myself the day that the babies passed, December 26th. And she knows, a decent portion of what's going on with me. So
I think that's pretty inappropriate to send I think she's talking about her boss, right?
Is this woman back again? Xavier! Yeah. What did I say?
What did she say, Xavier? I'm interested.
So I'm gonna need you to stop engaging with her. Completely. There is no room for publicity. I already asked you to get back inside.
Who is it? Is it a news person? I have no room for publicity.
Do that or stop engaging with this woman.
You don't want me to get the water?
No, I don't, because I asked you to do that about 20 minutes ago. And rather than doing so, you've been engaging with random women, getting accused of doing God knows what. And I don't want the drama or the headache. Please sit down. I need to finish giving my updates.
Xavier, you're too much. You're a handful. When I'm doing these live videos, you have to just sit in the corner over there because I need to keep an eye on you. You'd be giving up people tumblers, asking people for cigarettes. Who knows what you're going to get up to or accused of?
Right now. Do you see what the fuck I deal with? It's like having a 5-year-old or a grown-up with autism at times. He knows what they're doing. I've explained. They're trying to make problems. They're trying to instigate some sort of, outlash or some sort of.
Could you imagine having Heather Gillespie as a fucking PR person? Like, this is how she does her own PR. Imagine if she did anyone else's. It'd be like, I wonder what her suggestions would be on how to deal with things.
I don't know what to call it, you guys. This is all part of the targeting that.
Get on a live stream for an hour and talk about all the abuse you've ever been through.
They do. They literally follow us from location to location and start this shit over and over and over. Close the door, please, so that I can finish my updates.
So I can finish my updates. We can make that a show, Kenny. I think you've called him before. We get you to call on and be like, Kenny, I got some crazy people for you this week.
I don't want her to grab my book bag or something.
Get it and bring it inside. Unfucking believable. It's like people will show you the most disgusting sides of themselves. Like, disgusting. How do you start an argument and a PR escapade with someone like me? Like, I'm so non-confrontational. It takes literally, you have to bring your animal to urinate a few feet or inches from where I'm standing to even get a rise out of me. But they just.
I think you can just get a rise out of yourself. I think you just wake up angry. I don't think anyone needs to get on your case.
keep pressing and pressing and pressing. Like you say, draw boundaries and have clear boundaries. There's nothing funny about telling someone, I'm having a panic attack. I have a fucking panic disorder and anxiety. Back off, please. And the person gets closer instead. That is why I keep telling you guys, this is Satan's world. Satan wants me to beat the fuck out of a bitch while I'm pregnant. That is what Satan wants. I know that is not from God. Jehovah God. I don't call him Jehovah, but Xavier's mom does. So I try to do it out of respect for her.
It's funny because I could just picture TD like riffing all this stuff, but it's actually Heather just being crazy. I don't, it's just like, it's for fucking Xavier, you know, his mom.
Jehovah God, please. I am sensing so many nefarious, just evil presences around us that want an argument, that want a fight, that want some sort of backlash from two otherwise incredibly peaceful people in this exact moment. Every spirit.
Yeah, the whole compilation of clips we've done for the past 2 days really encompasses the peacefulness of these two individuals.
Has the ability to become unpeaceful, to be at unrest. But we are minding our own business, giving our live updates, and relaxing for a moment. Please, God, keep us both strong, intelligent, 2 steps ahead of these people who are doing any and everything possible.
Imagine just walking by this lady's tent and this is what happens. Like, Xavier, get inside, bring your book bags in. And then you hear her fucking praying to God because Satan wants her to beat the shit out of you. Just for walking by her tent.
To make their cameo appearance, get fame, notoriety, or control the narrative. Please continue to keep us aware of their nefarious PR intentions and just keep us in control, because it's been 4 years of this type of abuse. But I don't think that if I go in front of a judge covered in blood, they're going to care how many years I've been being abused. I could be wrong. I don't want to have to find out. Amen.
I didn't realize that was a prayer. It didn't feel like a prayer, but I guess that was her prayer.
So sorry about that, you guys. The baby's passed. I sent to my immediate manager a little like clip.
Wait, we're going back into this story? Come on.
Of the actual event occurring and me crying and like telling her like, I can't even believe this is happening, like the day after Christmas. And she, like I said, knew a lot about what was going on with me, as did the CEO of the company and a few other people. I kept it pretty much, for the most part, professional at work, only telling them little things about what was going on, trying never to like get too much into it. Everyone was really nice, and I had the strong desire. I've been deprived of love and companionship for quite some time now. So every time I'd meet someone else, I'd be like, oh my God, can we be friends? You know, that type of thing. But I held back, you know, and I was just nice to people when they were nice to me. If they were mean to me or short with me, I tried to stay pretty.
Maya, hope you're doing well tonight. This is Heather Gillespie. She's like James Soroka. We're gonna get them together. We're gonna parent trap them together. Me and Salty are gonna do that. It's gonna. I think we could do it.
Indifferent, and you know, that's it. So, long story short, I get a message back from Lakai 2 weeks after I sent the first message to my manager. And my manager is a lady, and this Lakai is a guy. And I told you, I've seen him maybe at the office once. He's supposedly from New York. I have no idea who this guy is. And he texts me saying that I was terminated for sending my manager graphic content. I couldn't believe it. I'm like,
yeah, because you sent a video of the DIY abortion, as Kenny called it. Yeah, that would be for graphic content. I could definitely see that.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm terminated.
Send your manager that shit.
For sending graphic content to my manager. What the fuck is going on?
It's not the person you send that to.
You know,
You don't send that to anybody, actually.
and that was the 21st job that I've either been bullied out of, chased out of, harassed out of, stalked out of, or had some sort of weird like situation happen that never happens. Like, who can say, oh, I lost 5 jobs in the last year? One, because my manager forgot that he hired me, walked in 2 weeks after I started and was already on payroll and said, you don't work here. I didn't hire you. And literally called the police, acting as if I was an intruder on the business. I have it all on video. I have paychecks from them.
No, that was just always I have it all on video, but we never get to see the videos, unfortunately.
That I picked up from that location. My background check is on file. All of my new hire paperwork is still in my novel bag. But for some reason, he didn't remember hiring me, and that was enough to tell me I had to go. Unbelievable. LA Fitness. That was at Export. LA Fitness. Exact same thing. Hired by a hiring manager, Bill. What was Bill's last name?
We don't need Bill's last name, but Xavier, help a gal out.
Bill Bennington or Benton? Bill Benson. Hired as the GM of Arlington Heights location. The day after I got hired, I go back to my grandma's. I was just crashing at my grandma's a couple of days in between all of this chaos. And I figured, I've applied to everywhere in Chicago. I have a bachelor's degree. Let me go apply out here at a few places. Maybe if I find somewhere out here, apartments are cheaper. I can rent a room, get an Airbnb, maybe crash on my dad's couch or my grandma's couch for a night, whatever. I get hired on
Any of those.
the spot at Arlington Heights. I go back to my grandma's. She's like, sorry, honey, but you have to leave tonight or tomorrow morning. Your dad says blah, 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 blah. And
I really think the blah, 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 blah was probably important context. I really wish we could get it.
Starts with this like entire list of tremendous reasons that don't make sense, similar to all the rest of them. Every single time I'm at a spot getting comfortable and the person there who owns the place is like, yeah, this will work. It's only a matter of 4 or 5 days before whoever the fuck is stalking me makes it a no. Like, I don't even know how else to describe it. And now listen to this. So I get the job, right? I think I have the living situation at the very least temporarily handled. My grandma's house, first of all, looks like a fucking concierge. It looks like a room service. She's got every fucking item organized. Like, who is really staying at my grandma's house?
Probably your grandma, because she's got a lot of spare time in their hands. She doesn't work anymore, I'm assuming. She's retired. So old people usually like to keep their stuff nice and clean and tidy and organized. She thinks someone else is living there. She thinks this was all like a ruse, and that's why she got kicked out, because then she would catch on that it was an imposter living here, not her actual grandma.
Right? What the fuck is really going on at my grams? And I was super suspicious because they were hiring home health nurses. And every single home health nurse was an undocumented citizen. And they were going to my Aunt Diane's house, and they were going to my Aunt Ruby's house.
Is she implying that the fucking undocumented house cleaners were actually living in the houses, and they would just put her grandma in them while she was around to make it seem like it was her? I don't know what the fuck she's implying here, but this is loopy.
And they were going to my grandma's house. Okay? And my grandma was in good health. Supposedly she had a stroke and didn't want my dad to know. What? My dad knows where my grandma is every day. You want me to believe that my grandmother had a stroke? Someone is texting me this to my phone, pretending to be various family members, etc. and so forth. This has been my life.
Etc. and so forth. Were they texting from the numbers? Because they were texting from the actual numbers, they would be them, right?
For the past 4 years. Complete and total chaos. I have no idea, short of walking to the home of my family member, pardon me, whether or not they are okay. Because even in communication over the phone, unless it's a FaceTime video, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. And even walking there and verifying, it's like, okay, what do I see? Let me assess the situation. My grandma has a bunch of fucking beer. My grandma never drinks. Ever. She doesn't have a boyfriend. She's got a bunch of fucking ingredients for Moscow mules.
Okay.
What the fuck? My Gigi.
My kid's Gigi.
Yeah, how dare she have alcohol in the house? Obviously a red flag.
3 of my kids call my grandma Gigi. Why is your fridge filled with Moscow mules and tequila shots? Not my Gigi. She'll have a drink. You know, don't get me wrong. She's not a prude totally, but she uses
Well, then, like, why is it so absurd that she has, like, alcoholic beverages in her house?
the word tinkle instead of urine. And she doesn't say fart, she says fluff. That's the kind of grandmother I have. Okay, she's got her precious moments all over the house. To her, having stuff everywhere means her house is filthy. Her house is clean. If you take a white glove and touch anything, there's nothing there. It's just that she has trinkets every fucking where. She collects pens, she collects teacups, and she collects precious moment dolls.
Why does she think this is such an important thing to tell us? And, like, where is this going? I mean, I'm glad we're past the abortion. Thank fucking God. But what is this? What is this?
Okay? That's my grandma.
That's your grandma.
Why is her fridge filled with alcoholic beverages and snacks? Like it's the fucking, you know, Viceroy or the Langston. I'm sorry, the Langham. Like literally that type of over-the-top room service is how her refrigerator was set up. What in the actual fuck? But I don't say anything, you know, it's my grandma. She's 70 or 80 years old, living there by herself. I'm like, okay, whatever. Maybe she got, you know, addicted to one of these 60-second craft ideas where they go to the dollar store and buy dividers and color coordinate. And that whatever color she was coordinating that day happened to match the ginger beer can, you know, or God knows what. Like I'm coming up with any and every plausible excuse.
What?
My grandma and I are sharing tea. I brought ingredients for tacos. I cooked the tacos, or we cooked them together. And it just felt like life was going to be good, you know, again. I took off walking on foot and I walked all around Palatine and Arlington Heights applying to every job I could. And I got hired at LA Fitness. And I thought, holy shit, the battle is over. You have made it through this door.
How much you want to bet Heather invited herself over, just made a bunch of tacos, went just walking around, found a job, and then when she got back, it's like, you can't live here. Are you crazy? Like, what makes you think you were going to live here? I can see that being the case.
Like, even if grandma only lets you crash here a week, you'll get a paycheck, you can get an Airbnb and keep working. Like, woo! You know? And that was job number like 16 out of 21. So I still hadn't lost hope. Can you even imagine? I still was getting jobs and thinking, this'll be the one. That has long passed. But same thing. Bill hires me. I go back to my grandma's. All of a sudden, there's some crazy reason I can't stay there anymore. So now I'm gone from my grandma's and I have nowhere to go and I'm sad and I have no idea what to do. And I walk over to the LA Fitness and I ask Bill, hey, Bill, I said, I had some housing lined up here in Arlington Heights, but it fell through. I said, is there any way I can get a transfer? He said, sure. Where do you want to transfer to? I said, they had already run my paperwork, done my background, done everything. I filled out all the new hire paperwork the day before. And he goes, I said to him, I want to transfer downtown, but I don't know which location yet. He said, well, let me look into it. We'll figure it out. You know, let me know when you get situated downtown. You've got a place to stay downtown. I told him.
Is this her uncle Bill that she's talking about? Who's Bill?
Not really, but I'm figuring it out. So I get downtown and I go to LA Fitness, Roosevelt Road. And I want to get hired there. And I ask them, are you guys hiring? You guys have openings? They're like, not really. I'm like, well, I'm up for a
That's not really how a transfer usually works either.
transfer from from Arlington Heights LA Fitness. If I get a reference, or you guys talk to the GM, will that make a difference? The manager there's like, yeah, maybe. Get him on the phone. I call Bill Benson.
Okay, is Bill Benson? Bill is the hiring manager. Thank you, Kenny.
He says, no problem.
I'm glad you're following closer than I am. I thought I was, but apparently I'm missing something.
I will give you the transfer to whatever location you want, but we have a need at Lakeview. He gets on the phone with the guy on Roosevelt. The guy on Roosevelt tells him, send her to Lakeview. So he tells me, I can't get you in there after all, South Loop location, but I can get you in Lakeview. And I said, I'll take it. Thank you so much. I was so grateful. So grateful. At that same time, well, actually, first I tried to get the transfer to the Cumberland location because I had just left the apartment.
What drug do you think? I'll do a poll in the chat. Actually, if I do the, do a poll and have the pin tweet up still. Yeah, we'll do a poll of what drug you think she's on.
In Harwood Heights, and not left because I decided I didn't want to leave there anymore. Left because my apartment door was batter rammed in the middle of the night by people in all black clothing, claiming to be law enforcement, which they were not. Isn't that funny? So that's my
It's always the fake police officers with this one.
second interaction with being manhandled and beaten by people who are not actually cops. Weird, right? So I went to that location first. That's where I met Alexis. Not my daughter, Alexis. This guy, Alexis, who was working out there driving a cab. And he said, I've been where you are. I don't have a big house, but I have a couch. And he seemed a little, I thought he might be interested in, not in me, let's just say that. Maybe just a little, was just my guess, but I didn't ask. I didn't confirm it. I just knew he
Just a little, not anything like commitment. Is that what you're talking about?
was nice to me in a sort of paternal way. He wasn't asking me for sex or being forward with me. And I was so grateful. I, again, figured out everything is piecing together. I have a new job. I have a safe place to stay in the same area. What are the chances of that, right? I go to work every fucking day. I kill it. I start bringing in, Car Santos was the hiring manager there. He gives me my little training on how to do walkthroughs. He's like, for the first few days, just get used to it, bring people around, show them where equipment is, go outside, hit the pavement, take these little cards, these free week pass cards, pass out 500 of these motherfuckers. I will give you commission on anyone who signs up. He's like, you're going to do your own tours. When someone comes in and says, Heather gave me this in the street, you're going to schedule the tour with them. I said, great, let's do it. And I killed it. I fucking killed it every time. I brought in a whole bunch of people. The gym was popping.
Imagine there's just a whole bunch of homeless drug addicts. Okay, guys, I found a place for us to stay indoors. Okay, all you got to do is just go with it, pretend we're working out and stuff. And then once you're in, they're going to leave you alone.
I was showing tours and everything was great. Day 5 or 6 of work, I'm on Alexis Galvin's couch. And I get a text from Car Santos. Heather, we just received an urgent word from HR. You're no longer allowed to work here.
I wonder why.
Effective immediately. What? I said, what do you mean? I called, no answer. I text back. What do you mean? Yeah, they won't tell me more. Just that your background check came back. You can't work here.
There you go. There's your answer. We need another probably 30-minute dissection to figure out like what actually happened. You have charges. You failed the background check. That's that. Don't be like fleeing police and stuff, amongst other things, and you won't have to worry about that.
I call HR. I've called HR 4 times since that day.
Calling HR ain't gonna fix this.
Every single time HR has told me, not only was I never recorded as an employee, there was never even a request for a background check. And I have video of me being there, a uniform from me being there, witnesses of me being there. I was there.
Maybe that was just someone new you talked to because you call every day. And maybe that person just didn't know where to look for it. So they said, I can't see it in the system. And you took that as they never hired me. It was all a conspiracy. Anything that fits Heather's little, I don't know, conspiracy theory she's got going on that day.
Okay. I got a paycheck for being there. So if you
Doesn't sound like you would have worked long enough to get a paycheck for being there.
You can imagine what the fuck I've been going through with regards to employment. It has been treacherous. Me being a tent is not a result of me using drugs, is not a result of me being unwilling or unable to work or keep employment, is not a result of anything that I am doing or not doing. I don't like it. It is not peaceful for me. I feel as though the experience is comparable to what I experienced in juvenile detention settings or from firsthand witnesses who have spent time in prisons. I never have, luckily, thankfully. Very limited amounts of communication with my people.
It's interesting that when she's putting makeup on, she's very calm. And when she's taking it off, we get this crazy, my grandma, there was people living in my grandma's house. It wasn't her and all this other nonsense.
And my people are my children, my dad, my mom. When we do have the communication, it's very weird. It feels as though, I don't know, the calls are like pre-planned with agendas. And like the person on the other end already has a script of what to say. Very, very, very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Now, I find out that I'm pregnant for a second time. Xavier says he did it on purpose.
I made you pregnant on purpose.
I was on birth control, given to me by Dr. Haresh, my doctor. I'm not going to say any more information about him so that I don't bring any problems to his doorstep. I almost slipped there. But I've been seeing my same primary care physician for 15 years.
Well, I'm just going to put it out there. If people like her doctor, don't harass her doctors or I guess anything else. I don't think anyone would do that, but that would just give Heather ammo, you know, and in case anyone has the idea to do that, probably not a good idea.
15 years with the same doctor, go figure, right? And it's the injection, what's the Modermus or something like that.
Sounds like a COVID vaccine.
The injection in the arm. And I'm not supposed to be getting pregnant. But guess what? I'm pregnant again. And Xavier says he meant to do that. And all I can do is think there has to be a reason for this. There has to be a bigger, a bigger plan. I don't understand this. This is incredibly confusing. And when I get to that point of trying to just make sense of it all, and by it all, if you want me to go over everything, I'm going to give you guys a very condensed list in under 30 seconds or under 60 seconds of the main highlights of the worst points since.
Thank you. Depo-Provera. Yeah, so not Moderna. I'm pretty sure Moderna was one of the COVID vaccines, right? But I do know that there's some kind of injection that is like a birth control. It goes in your arm or something. I don't know how did Xavier just go to the doctor and be like, just don't put it in. Just put like, I don't know, water in it or something. Like, how is this Xavier? I think Xavier just seized the opportunity. You got pregnant. And then he was like, yeah, I intended that to happen. God sent me, you know?
2019. Prior to 2019, never even been in a fist fight in my life. Ever. Never. I think the closest thing I came into a fist fight was when my lesbian cousin Ashley and I slapped each other once each at the Puerto Rican parade. Anyways, that was a long time ago, 20 years ago or something. The point is, I don't get into fights. So since 2019 and Dylan's release, I have been jumped and stabbed by 3 women 11 times with screwdrivers, on camera, during daylight, at a gas station, no arrests were made. Jumped and bludgeoned by a man.
She was arrested.
First beat at a car wash during the day, first beat in the head and body, on camera, daylight, thousands of witnesses. Then he went into my car, into the back seat, got my tire iron, and began beating me over the back of my head and face. I was hospitalized for both of those occurrences. One was in Elmhurst. North Lake PD did not make the arrest, but arrested him on site. So the man who did it was arrested on site, but the state of Illinois chose not to pick up the fucking case.
Oh, she yelling. Why you got to be yelling all the time? Is she Puerto Rican now? She comes out with all these fancy accents, you know, kind of like how I do sometimes. I would turn into one of these crazy people. I hope not.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What happens if someone is violently abused and the state refuses to pick up the case? They're not entitled to any sort of victim services. So I've been calling for Marcy's Law to try to understand, hey, these people who have been gang stalking me. So let me just quickly finish the 60 seconds. So it was this.
You think she's going to actually finish in 60 seconds about the gang stalking? I mean, I don't think so.
Stabbing. My apartment flooded twice intentionally. The city of Chicago putting me on a boot for $900 when I was actively enrolled in 3 different payment plans, 2 to the city and 1 to an independent law firm. I owed them nothing. They don't give a fuck. They strong-armed me out of $900 and then $400 or $500 with a second boot. I had to walk 3 days after being stabbed from my home where I lived in North Center all the way to Pulaski and Irving Park Road to pay the boot, and then all the way back to my home in North Center, which is like Irving and Ashland, Irving and Damon. And I had to fucking sit there all day. That's probably like 7 miles with stab wounds all over my body. And they flooded that apartment in North Center 2 times. Destroyed all my clothing, destroyed my bed.
They did it. Remember, guys, it's always they did it.
My furniture. I was so proud, you guys, of this sofa that I bought. I went to Van Art. I fucking found the most adorable sofa. I paid cash for it. I was like, yes, bitch, you are a real grown up. You just spent $1,500 on a sofa. What?
Why? Well, why would anyone do that? Don't do that, guys. Unless you got that money. But like, if you're in Heather's position, don't do that shit.
Good job. You have real furniture in your house that wasn't donated from all your friends and family, that you keep a white sheet over so no one knows it's all different. You finally have a living room set. I was so proud of that. So proud of it. Came with an ottoman that had storage in it. I was so proud, and grateful, so proud and grateful. They destroyed it. All my children's clothes and shoes, all my clothes and shoes. You guys know that Marie Kondo Netflix documentary, Tidying Up?
No.
I was literally on the phone with Dylan talking about the filming of the show, which was set to begin in just a few days.
Oh, so she was gonna get like a famous cleaner up person to clean up her place instead of her doing it herself?
And telling him, okay, babe, I rearranged the whole apartment. I got new furniture. I painted. I did most of it myself. I hired a guy. He charged me $300 just to do the living room. So I did the rest all on my own. And it looked so nice and clean. And I cleaned the entire thing on my hands and knees. And it smells good. And there's a bidet here. And I was just so proud and happy. I had worked so hard. I had held on to that relationship for nearly 5 years. Through so many, you guys think the shit that I went through now is crazy. Imagine what I experienced through him in prison. Oh my God, don't even let me get started, please. Because then I'll really be a target. But so the bludgeoning, the stabbing, the destroying all of my belongings, not making any arrests for any of the violence or violent occurrences against me. I've never once hurt anyone. I've never physically assaulted anyone.
Another lie. I mean, like the police part, right? She really spit on them and then you were fighting with them. So yeah, you fought people.
Never even been implicated in something like that. Gang stalking, harassment, someone checking into Airbnbs that were only meant for me, that I paid for, after me when I would leave for the day and pretending like they were my guest.
I think she was probably doing that to other people, and that's how she came up with David or whatever, right?
But the host never catching their names. That's weird, right? Go to my Airbnb reviews. There's one from a lady named Lynn. I remember the space, Daniel's room. I was in a child's room on the top bunk of a loft. It was probably the closest I felt to living in my mom's house since I haven't lived in my mom's house. And it was in Lincoln Park. And she said, Heather was great. Heather and her group were great. And I said, Heather and her group? Heather was alone. Heather doesn't have a group. I was by myself, all alone. She never responded to clarify about that. I reported all of this to law enforcement. I was followed to Winnetka. I was followed to Waukegan. I was followed to Barrington. I was followed out of state to Tampa Bay, Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, to South Beach, Miami. I've never done fraud to travel. I've never done fraud for a hotel room. Every time I poured,
it's a weird story, that's for sure,
money into my life, my traveling, my business, it was from money I made, cash money that I made, that I would take cash to my bank, deposit it on camera so you know it's cash that I made. They don't give a fuck. These people who do fraud and who are out here racking up ugly, they are no shame spending these bans all over the place that all bounce back. All the money that's spent when you're running fraud schemes, the FDIC insures. So all of these businesses, they were profiting off of women like myself. And
where are all these other women that they're doing this to them? Like, how come you never hear anyone else talking about this? How come it's an isolated Heather problem? Why would they be trying to get so much out of someone who has nothing? Would be my other question.
There's a lot of us. Ladies, where are you at? Hit the like button. And men like myself, guys, where are you at? All of a sudden, all of the business class starts getting paranoid that they're going to get caught for seeing sexy entertainers. Whoa. But sexy entertainers are fueling your fucking economy. Whoa, there's a fucking epiphany.
What is she going on about now? What the fuck? Did she can pivot? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is.
And that is when all hell broke loose in Chicago. And that is when gay men started sleeping with straight men. And the kill teams that I refer to and tell you guys about that get people who don't usually party and do drugs all fucked up and then get them on camera so that they can bring it to court and that so that they're not credible witnesses, etc. and so forth.
She's talking about like Epstein?
I don't know if that happens regularly in Chicago. In my life, it's only been experienced once. The most abusive fucking storm I have ever been through in my life, and it's not over. It's continued. I have not worked in any sort of industry that could even be kind of considered questionably ethically or morally sound since 2018-19. And by that I mean I was doing trade shows like SexCom.
Okay.
And the one in Vegas for many vids and things of that nature. I was traveling for these trade shows and attending them with guests for high amounts of money. And that was the closest thing to illegal that I was doing. Yet my life has been torn to fucking pieces and shreds. And you would think, again, as I said, that the local economy would be grateful to people like myself spending $1,000 every other week for 18 months of my life just to keep a business operating and running. But I'm outside in a tent. Like, keep on trying to find reasons to make it make sense, you guys, because it doesn't. So
it makes a lot of sense, actually, unless you're believing any of like this crazy story.
Never been abused or assaulted before. From that one day to, and preparing for Dylan to come home, to stabbed, my apartment flooded twice, to, I think they were fake boots on my car, and they.
She's already contradicted herself by her own fucking story. So she was actually abused in Jamaica when she was a kid. So why is she saying like, I was never abused until Dylan came into my life? And that's wrong. That's wrong by your own fucking story, unless you just forgot that, which would be a really hard thing to forget, I'd imagine, if it's true.
They robbed me for just $1,300. There's nothing in the system about it. If you call and ask, they say, oh yeah, there's record here, but it doesn't say where you went to pay or how much you paid or anything like that. Oh, Viviana. So it's just all very weird, you know, too many coincidences. All of the police reports that I have filed for various occurrences of being dosed, sexually assaulted, etc., and so forth are unresolved. The police, when I call them, and I've done it live here, say that the state of Illinois hasn't picked up the cases, so there's nothing they can do. The state of Illinois, when I call, say that police have not submitted enough evidence. Bitch, they arrested the man on the scene. What more evidence do you need?
I guess more to convict him.
Am I right or wrong? A man bludgeons you to bloody hell. You're unconscious on the ground in a pile of blood when the ambulance pulls up. Police arrest the dude. What the fuck do you mean there's not enough evidence? What?
I mean, police arrest people all the time, or at least like detain them to interrogate them before like they decide if they're going to charge him with anything. So it sounds like they probably arrested or detained him, interrogated him, was like, oh, okay, no, Heather was probably the instigator. This story is just completely made up, and then let him go with no charges. Right? That sounds more reasonable than all these bad things keep happening to Heather. Different people are involved every time. At least law enforcement people are different, right? So there wouldn't be like, oh, this one law enforcement officer is out to get me or frame me or make my life miserable. I'd have to assume that you're full of shit.
Westchester police, 6 or 7 of those motherfuckers, ambush me on Roosevelt and Mannheim coming out of a Walgreens where I was picking up my prescription. I pull right over. No problem. I don't have anything on me. I'm not doing anything illegal. These guys got me fucked up. They look at me and think Cruella DeVille or something. Or who's Scarface's wife? La Madrina or some crazy shit.
Who's Scarface's wife? Yo, who's Scarface's wife? That's who I am, right? I'm Scarface's wife.
Shit, I'm not doing anything illegal, bro. They have put so many resources into harassing me. Oh my God. I don't even know how to describe it to you guys. So 6 all black cops, and there's
Oh, here we go. It's gonna be racistness. She's talking with the hands. She's getting into it. I think this might be where the crazy thumbnail with the hand comes from. Whatever we're using.
there's a live video of this on one Heather GEE account. All black cop cars or trucks, not black cops. Some of them were Hispanic, some of them were white. I think one of them was a black guy. I don't remember.
It was a melting pot of injustice against Heather.
I pull out of Walgreens, pull right over because the guy lights me up. I have my seatbelt on. I use my blinker. I'm thinking, what the fuck? What did I do now? Right? He starts yelling over the loudspeaker, "You are in danger." And this is the time of BLM when people are literally dragging bitches out of their car. And by bitches, I mean men, women, business people.
Bitches, business people.
Doesn't matter. Does not matter. They are going up to cars in broad daylight with ski masks on, opening the doors, dragging motherfuckers out, throwing them onto the floor, and dipping off in their car with all their shit. I swear to God to you, I could not make this shit up. And if you go to one Heather GEE, all of the fucking footage is there to show you I was literally outside being pursued by all these different sources. And by pursued, I mean harassed like a motherfucker.
Like a motherfucker.
Okay? So law enforcement lights me up. I pull over. He says "You are in danger. Please pull over." And it's like a robot voice. I'm scared as hell. I am fucking scared as hell. I'm looking in my rear view at the guy, like, what the fuck is going on here? Is he going to come? He doesn't get out. He's just sitting there in the SUV. Okay, all right. I know some shit's going to pop off. Let's go live on Instagram.
Good, that's the first instinct. Let's go live on Instagram. Okay. We gotta get all.
I was driving DoorDash at the time, so I put that shit in my little holder. Gotta be hands-free. I'm live. I'm like, oh my God, you guys, I don't know what's happening. I don't know if this is a real company. Hi.
This is like the best stream that. What are we watching it?
I don't feel safe going over into that alley. Just, can you come to my car here? I'm on the shoulder. Can you come to my car here? This is me looking into my
What is she on here? What the fuck? What is happening?
side mirror, talking to the cop who's saying, pull your car up, who's hand motioning, pull your car off the road into this dark, like abandoned alley behind these buildings. No, sir. No, sir. Not going to happen. Not me. Not going to happen. Not today. So after about 5 to 10 minutes of fucking around in the car, being terrified on the live video, waiting for this cop to do something, and he did nothing, I drive away. I swear to God to you guys, from one cop being behind me to 6 cops instantly like that. Like the motherfuckers were hiding in the crevices. The entire police, and I'm on the phone with 911 dispatch saying, "Hi, I need to know if the police officer behind me is a real cop or not. I do not think he is. He just attempted a traffic stop, tried to pull me over. I pulled over immediately. I am fearful for my life and my safety and my well-being. I don't think he's a real cop."
We saw this. This is the police chase. I mean, I think we even saw this last night. It's, well, not the whole thing, but the clip of it. I don't know why. It's on YouTube. She must know it's on YouTube, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to lie about it.
I can neither confirm nor deny that he's a real cop. And this is on an Instagram live stream. That's dispatch for Westchester PD. I am fucking driving belligerently, terrified that this is a group of gakamagaks or who knows what kind of fucking evil, okay? I cannot get away. Every time I turn, they bust out from another corner. Some older black guy, I would guess probably 60, 70 years old, in a tan Suburban, long Suburban, fully extended, probably from the late 90s, sees me, takes off down the alley on the street next to me, and intentionally cuts off the cops. I got on the express. I was 2 blocks.
I don't think that happened. I don't remember that happening. I remember her pulling up beside like a SUV, like a burgundy or beige one, and being like, help me, and then like, no, and speeding up. I did not see what she just described.
From the E-way, and these cops followed me through Westchester, Broadview, and Maywood, all 3 jurisdictions. If you're a Westchester cop, not Gaga Magog, you cannot follow me through 3 jurisdictions. And if you are a sheriff, your car says sheriff. So who the fuck are you?
Law enforcement, police. That's why you were charged with evading law enforcement. It's like Heather just cycles through all the like, I don't know. She's got 5 big events in her life, and she just kind of tweaks them a bit each time to make herself more a victim, and yells at the camera about it. Like, she get into more things. You need more things to talk about. I mean, it's interesting. You put little spices here and there, but fuck, man.
Who are you? To this day, I have no answers. I have no idea. Got on the expressway, went to my DoorDash shift, and drove the fuck out of the car and made my little $200-300 of DoorDash shift. I went to report being raped 2 weeks later, and I was arrested for fleeing and eluding. Isn't that nice? So I did everything possible. I stopped for the cop, waited on the side of the road numerous minutes, did not feel safe, so called 911 dispatch, asked them if it was a real cop, was told they could neither confirm nor deny.
Because they're like, okay, I have other calls I need to take. People are actually in trouble. If you're being chased by the cops, fucking pull over.
Had to be assisted by other civilians because they could see something was not right.
Didn't happen.
And got away eventually. And was still arrested and forced to bond out. Ruben, one of my old friends that we used to be friends, we're not really friends anymore because as this shit
Ruben from American Idol
started going, he was one of the only people left, only the last remaining, the last of the Mohicans, we'll call it.
Yeah, let's call it that.
And they started turning people real nasty towards the end of this pressure shit, bro. Someone broke into his house. He claims it was a spirit. This is not a crazy guy. This is a regular fucking Hispanic guy, Sox fan, growing up a couple blocks from the Sox stadium, like regular dude. We smoked pot together. He worked as a dispatcher for a trucking agency. Regular dude, right?
Yeah, Ruben was a regular guy.
I don't know of him being involved in anything or even doing any drugs other than smoking pot prior to all this shit happening, okay? Then he turned into God only knows what. Listen to this shit. I call him and I'm crying. And I'm like, these motherfuckers are making me bond out. He's like, I got you. I'll bond you out. He bonds me out for $400. Before he says yes, I call Charlie Keene and ask him. And in front of the cops, he tries to coerce me and say, you have to suck my dick if I'm going to bond you out. Cops are laughing. Everyone thinks it's a funny joke. So I just got here to report being raped. And now you guys are curating this creep, asking me to suck dick for bond money.
You think this happened? I'm having my doubts.
I've never had a sexual experience with Charlie. I don't even think it was really him.
Oh, so this isn't even a rumor. This is Charlie now.
Charlie Keene,
not Charlie Sheen, but Keene,
gave me a gated community home to stay in when the first attack came through in 2019.
Sounds like a John.
And someone found me there and destroyed my vehicle while it was parked in the gated community and in his garage. But you still want me to believe that law enforcement is not corrupted, that the government and politicians are not corrupted, that nothing weird is going on here, that there aren't, what the fuck do you mean? What? Everything that has happened has been so corrupt. There is not one instance or occurrence of anything normal having taken place since the year 2019 when Dylan Smith, inmate number Y12173, was released from the IDOC. Not a single regular normal occurrence. Nothing in my life at all. And I'm not talking about it's been exciting. It has been.
Why are you still stalking everything that he does? He doesn't want anything to do with you. You can't just attribute all your problems to him years after the fact, right? Like, he's got his own problems. He's got his own messes he's involved in right now.
Fucking terrifying. 21 jobs I've gotten. I went to work at Rose Bar. Walk into work.
Okay, we're at Rose Bar now. I don't know what timeline this is. I don't know what's going on, but now we're working at Rose Bar.
Alfredo's supposed to pick me up at midnight.
Alfredo, who I don't know who that is either. She's kind of like Queen today. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
The very first shift, I have people telling me, do you want a GM position at one of our other restaurants? I have some guy named Mark Buford, a capital investor who supposedly invested for Rose Bar, was one of the original investors for Rose Bar, telling me I do a lot of investment in Chicago in the restaurant business as well. He said, I would never have known you had only been here a day. You should be running the place. You're great with the people. You talk to everyone, friendly, on top of things. He was laying it on so thick. And I'm thinking, what the fuck?
Maybe he was just complimenting you. Maybe he was just like saying, you're such a good worker that you should be running this place. Maybe one day you will be. But Heather took that as like, oh, you want me to actually run the place right now?
Hell yeah. Another one of these big breaks, right? That'd be great if I could get a GM position at an upscale dining restaurant downtown Chicago. You know, that'd be fantastic, right?
Unrealistic, but fantastic. Yeah.
Midnight comes along. I get off work. Fredo is nowhere to be found. Alfredo is my friend from here, from Chicago. He moved to Tampa Bay before Dylan got released from prison. And when I called him because everything was happening, I was being gang stalked, and I'm explaining to him I've been bludgeoned, I've been stabbed, I've been raped. He flew me down there. And he gave me the first time, the second time he gave me gas money.
Where's Dylan coming from this one?
And I drove down there. And that was right after I was bludgeoned, almost to death. But he no-showed. He was nowhere to be found. He never showed up to pick me up. I called him a million times. I'm in the middle of Tampa Bay, Florida. I have no idea my surroundings. It was scary. It was terrifying. I had just gotten beaten up by a bludgeon. My entire legs, you guys. There's photos and videos of this. There's nothing funny about it. Have you ever been beat up by a man with a tire iron? I'm a woman, okay? My legs and my face and my head, I look like Elephant Man. Like that one scary guy that shares the mom of. You know what movie I'm talking about?
Should I get a picture of Elephant Man? Elephant Man is pretty self-explanatory. It's an Elephant Man.
About
Moonstruck.
what?
I think it's called Moonstruck.
Shares the mom, and the kid has some sort of disease, elephantitis, some shit on his face. That's how I looked, you guys. And my legs looked like that, and my face looked like I was fucked up for no reason. For no reason at all. And we end up going in there as healthy, or I end up going in there as a healthy, person who's ready to do work. And I get hired on the spot, and I did fabulous.
Yeah, I'm sure like a healthy, normal person, It's like, I'm going to go to prison and go be with an inmate, and I'm sure everything's just going to work out fine, It's already been happening so well before for other people.
Hold on one second, you guys. Here's someone else looking for attention that we're not going to give. I'm doing some work right now on a Zoom call. Can you come back later?
No fucking way she said that. What? I'm doing some work on a Zoom call, bro. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not.
No, we don't know anyone. Thank you. Okay. So, anyways, the point is, I can't, you guys. I just can't. So the point is, I go in there ready to fucking take over the world, and everyone there was pleased with me. They're like, this girl's cool. Like, she's fun. She's funny. She gets the job done. She's a team player. She's cool. And I'm thinking that's going to be another new start. I'm going to move to Tampa Bay, right? I already have a job. I'll move my kids down here. All the gang stalking that's taking place in Illinois, it's going to be over. And every step of this way, every job I've gotten, every safe place I've gotten to stay, in my mind has been the end. Or the end of the Dylan saga, the beginning of whatever's to come, right?
The Xavier saga. That's the saga you're in right now.
But when they throw me out of that position after only a few days, it's not the beginning anymore. It's another end. And so what's happened in my life since this relationship has ended, I'm not crying about the loss of the relationship. My entire life, everything from the car I drove, the home I lived in, the bed I slept in, my children who I gave birth to and raised their entire lives, my significant other who I spent 5 to 6 hours a day on the phone with every single day for 5 years, it's all gone. And what's left is nothing but a fucking plethora of new beginnings with endings that all occur within the first week with no explanation. It's not like, Heather, you're acting out because of your trauma. It's not like, Heather, you're an addict. I'm doing nothing wrong. And I know no one wants to be an addict or have substance abuse issues or, be belligerent at work or late to work or do anything to get themselves in trouble.
Yeah, be late to work was thrown in there for some reason.
I'm to the point where I wish that one of these bosses would be like, that's what it was. You did something wrong. No, there are no reasons provided. None. Every single fucking job has some wild excuse for why I cannot come back within the first week. Getir is the longest job I've had.
I don't think a wild excuse, probably a wild reason that's valid because you did something fucking crazy.
Since all of this began in 2019. And to be quite honest with you, I was overqualified for that job in high school as well. I'm not going to lie.
She's overqualified for every single job, bro.
So I don't know,
Why are these things going off? You know that fucking this is only for James Soroka, and James Soroka's been gone for like months. I'm gonna delete this shit. Fucking Bigo. Also, the fucking phone is on sleep mode. Shouldn't even have notifications come in. If I had, never mind. I was gonna say if I had more time, but honestly, if I just like, if my computer just cooperated the first time I was supposed to render, none of these things would be in there.
I'm at an impasse now where, apart from all of the employment opportunities that I've gone for, apart from all of the law enforcement officers I've explained the situation to, handed out narratives to, Xavier, if you had to guess how many times I've handed out a narrative directly to someone with authority, meaning security officer, judge or court worker, anyone at the Daily Center who claims they're in law enforcement or legal aid or social work or a hospital attendant, how many times would you guess that you have firsthand eyewitness seen me pass out this narrative that has direct links to all my social medias? How many times would you guess? Take a guess. And you can guess under so that you don't look like an exaggerator.
What number do you think he's gonna give up with? Like 5,000? Like he's got he's worried about getting the answer wrong, I think.
Around in our travels, we've circulated it to many people. Whether it was
he said many.
He said many. Okay, that's not a number, but okay.
Those EMTs.
Take a guess. Put a number on it. Well, let me do the math.
Let me do the math, okay, Xavier?
We get 10 free printouts from the library a day. I made 3 columns, so I turned the paper to landscape and made 3 columns and printed it 1 in each column. So that's 30 per day with just my free prints. I also used Xavier's free prints. We've done that at least 4 times. That's 120 copies. So at least 120 copies have gone to the general public. Of that 120, because I also leave them on windshields, car door handles, of that 120, I would be willing to guess that at least 30 have gone directly into the hands of law enforcement, hospital workers, or someone with the authority to escalate this.
I mean, I like that she calls it the narrative and the novel and the agenda. I think it's all the same thing, but those are all words that I'd be like, it's a story then, right? Like this is a story. It's not evidence, because if it was evidence, you'd take it to a fucking lawyer or a police officer or someone that could actually do something, not a fucking hotel security officer, and expect them to do fucking anything about it.
And find out what the fuck is going on. Okay? DHS workers, my primary care physician, my obstetrician from this pregnancy or the last, both. They all have copies. All of them. So besides finding work, besides marketing campaigns, I printed out 1,000 business cards. When this all first happened in 2019, I published a blog called mercifulstorm.com. And I published that blog. I paid for that blog. I could not pay for it after the very first month. Ed Palmer took over payment for that blog for me. Ed Palmer also told me, I'm sure that your phone is safe, which it was not. Dylan had hackerware in the fuck. Dylan knew every text message that I sent.
Okay. I wonder what kind of phone she had.
He had keystrokes. He had vaults. He had every fucking program you could have in my phone to know every fucking thing I did before I did it. Everything. But Ed, there's nothing wrong with your phone, but just in case, I'm going to put you on my plan. You don't have to pay it right now or worry about it. Very nice of him. I didn't ask him to do that. He offered.
That, wouldn't he be able to get like, well, I don't know about the text messages, but you could see like what you're using the phone for then. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust that. Someone just being like, I'll do that.
Got me a new iPhone
if you don't know the guy.
Out of nowhere. Calls me one day. Now, mind you, I had been repaying Ed for all of his help because he got my COVID checks. My COVID checks went directly to his bank.
Judge Judy would be like, something fishy is going on here. Why were your COVID checks going to his bank, Heather?
He kept the first one entirely. The second one he gave me a portion of. He also got my income tax return. My income tax return went directly to his bank because he filed for me.
Sounds like some fraud is going on here.
So from that type of relationship, non-sexual, from the time Dylan and I came home, I didn't have sex with anyone consensually except for Xavier. There was one guy that it's questionable. I wouldn't call them rapes, but they all knew that I was too exhausted to fight them off and had absolutely nowhere to go. I was in the middle of nowhere. So they were rapes, but we won't call them rapes just because, right? We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Fuck me. We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
I mean, yeah, that's a shitty position to be put in. But if you were like, yeah, I'll fuck you for a place to stay, you could have not done that, right?
So a non-sexual relationship with this guy, Ed, he's helping me out. He gets me this phone without me asking and starts paying my blog. And I'm telling everyone everything that's fucking going on. Play by fucking play on my blog. Holy shit, you guys. Read this letter from Dylan, dated this. Read this letter from Dylan, dated that. Look at what's going on in my life right now. What the fuck is going on here? Look at this card. Look at the illustration. It was like a forecast. It was like a premeditated, like Dylan already lived this with me and then went back and went to prison, and his prison time was to tell me the story of what was to come. Like, I don't know how else to describe it to you. And I posted, it's all still up there. And I'm writing about the new harassments that are taking place and being followed and being beaten and being ignored by the FBI. And I'm going live and I'm calling the law and I'm recording BLM and I'm recording the protesting and
You're building a good case for yourself to get locked in a mental institution, I think. Do they still do that? I heard they don't do that anymore, actually. So maybe not.
Recording where they're keeping me when they're passing me from place to place to place, to person's house, to person's house, to person's car. And I'm keeping documents everywhere. And I'm terrified. I have no fucking clue what is going on. None. Other than the fact that I have been to the courthouse a belligerent amount of times, filed way too many petitions to count, both electronically as well as in person, and did the same with police reports, and I'm getting nowhere. Getting zero assistance, and have been separated from my children. Every single day that passes is another day that I'm separated from my children with no understanding as to why. And I still to this day have joint primary custody of all three of my children as far as the courts are concerned. Make it make sense.
Yeah, as far as she's concerned, not the courts. Also, like I said, primary joint custody. Right? I don't think that's a thing.
Guys, you can't. And that has been my life since 2019.
So Letitia, she is a crazy wackadoodle. I just started covering her last week. We do it on Wednesdays. It was supposed to be Daniel Larson. Daniel Larson became too much for the faint of heart. So I switched him to Letitia, who been learning about her through Owl's channel. I heard Adonis Paul's stuff is good though too. If you want to check her out on Wednesday or check out the other video, you can. You should check out Owl's and Adonis Paul's videos on her if you want like a full breakdown. They got some good stuff on her.
So I met Xavier a year and a half ago. He said something similar to what the rest of these people have said. The difference is that Xavier has been here for 18 months. None of the rest of them.
It was 16 months, like a week or two ago. How the fuck does it go from 16 months to 18 months, but from 22 weeks, and then after 3 weeks, we're only at 23 weeks? Like, she's really bad at math, I think. 1 million certificates.
Stayed for longer than 3 or 4 weeks. And then they would say, while I was sleeping and in this lucid state of, you know, I believe I was drugged, I would hear them say, so you either have to keep it, or no, so you either have to eat it or you have to run. And then they would say, let's run.
And that's... Wait, no. Oh, I thought this was the end. How much longer we got?
Xavier's been the first person to basically come up to me. And again,
we are almost done this, and then I'll get a Frigesto pulled up for you guys, and I'm gonna smoke quick. I'm gonna come back. We'll read some Frigestos, and then we're gonna go. We will do the cop thing. This might go like 3 hours. Actually, it might go over 3 hours, but actually maybe like 3.5 hours. But everything will be all caught up for next week. We won't have anything we're missing or nothing. Because I was thinking, I was like, if I don't do another stream like tomorrow, I'm gonna be myself behind, so I have to do this. So yeah, let's get this finished out.
dropped off by someone with law enforcement plates on the car, who again was claiming that they were there to help me. And Xavier came and got me, and there has been nothing but direct handoffs since they claimed that they're protecting me from being raped and murdered in the street. But this is the best that you can do. You won't let me work, and I have to live in a tent. What? And I'm pregnant? Huh? I met Xavier and literally told him, what did I tell you about relationships? Babe, tell him loud so they could hear you.
That you were traumatized.
That I was traumatized. And that I had no interest in a relationship, correct? And what was
So Xavier said, well, I was sent by God.
the only thing I was worried about? Getting back to who? My kids. So Xavier didn't try me, and we didn't have sex for many weeks, right? And I genuinely thought it was his job to protect me. Like, that's really what I thought. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. I have no fucking clue. That was 18 months ago, and since that time, have I been raped and abused? Couldn't fucking tell you. Couldn't tell you. Have no idea. I feel like it. I have a lot of very scary occurrences. Not by Xavier. By someone pretending to be Xavier. Xavier says he never leaves. How do you justify the fact that his height changes by a foot or more?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? His height changes by a foot or more? Does he wear like platform shoes with the sports bras and like the Dickies and shit? Like, what do you... How the fuck does that happen?
Justify that other sizes of him change with no warning or notice. I have no fucking clue what's going on, you guys, and that's the God's honest truth. And this is not for GoPro Solo, and it's not for publicity, and it's not for a doctor or a cop. This is me to you guys, human to human, mother, woman, friend, to whoever you are. I have no
to whoever you are that I have no respect for, like I said earlier.
Fucking clue what the fuck has gone on here or what continues to go on. And I don't know how to make it stop. And it is absolutely terrifying. And when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do every day is either cry because I'm in pain, because I'm 6 months pregnant, sleeping on my hips hurt, my back hurts, my neck hurts. And then as soon as I'm done crying, I text my kids. I hope you have a great day at school. I missed you. Please call me after school.
You're not supposed to be texting your fucking kids.
And then I look at what I wrote on the wall.
I mean, it's a good segue into the... I look what I wrote on the wall. A bunch of crazy fucking nonsense.
For this version, I will remain positive and hopeful for myself, my children, my environment, my community, the world. And then I try to get myself to actually believe that. Then I go on to what's the agenda for the day. And this is every single day since February 15th, when I ran out of funding for Airbnbs. My car's gone, my home's gone. I've been separated from my children, not legally, just because of circumstance since 2020, January of 2020. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm working on campaigning against homelessness, poverty, and a lot of the...
That was the other thing she solved. That's what she solved: homelessness and poverty, and the same day before breakfast. That's what she did this week.
The previously charged criminal incidences that have occurred on people who were being forced to stay outside with little to no sleep. Kindness, the anti-bullying campaign, we've rephrased to just kindness, because the Mother Teresa always said, never fight against something.
Anti-bullying, we switched it to just kindness, guys. Anti-bullying, it was too hard to grasp. It's too many letters.
Fight for something. Put everything into the positive that you can, right? Don't do a war on drugs. Do a war on sobriety. Do a rally for sobriety, right? So that's how I'm trying to do it. But we're petitioning to aldermen. We're campaigning to aldermen, trying to get, our name and our story and our situation. And by our, I mean my circumstances out there, because my circumstances are unique. But there are a lot of pieces of them that have happened to a lot of people. A lot of different communities have been affected. And so we're trying to just make the best of it. But I need help. I need shelter. We're about to have a baby.
I think that might be it. Yeah. Okay. So that is it. Let me get this guy up for us. Share this tab instead. So here's what we'll do. I'm getting, what's this one? Oh, we already did that. Okay. Get that closed. These are good. So yeah, let's take a quick smoke break. So I'm just going to put this up, and I'll put some background music on for you, some copyright free background music. What do we got here? We got acoustic cinematic, what? Into space, feeding the ducks, lo-fi, night driving. Let's do night driving. All right, I'll be back. Okay. Okay. So that, yeah, Kenny, it's just called Night Drive. It's I'll see if I can get the I don't know if StreamYard actually has a name for it or anything, or if you can get it off of YouTube. It's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. All right, so let's get into Fridge Festo over here. Well, this is on the sidewalk. So somebody well, she wrote on the ground, she's like, please help. Coco Chanel Instagram. Help. Robbed, raped, beaten, separated from my kids. I think that's what the last one says. 5 in-person petitions filed, 20 police reports. So that was just on a sidewalk somewhere. We got this one. Obviously, any piece of info manifesto. Actually, we got one of these. Okay. Hard. I don't have any. What? I don't have, for the record, a problem with what does that say? Algorithm authority. Oh my god, her writing is terrible. I don't have a problem with authority. I have a problem with being targeted, stalked, harassed, slandered, bullied, and being blatantly disrespected. Okay. For prolonged periods with no provocation coming from my side, with no provoking from her side. This is just like it's a lot of craziness. Can't really read those ones out too much. Then we got some signs. She was making signs for some reason. July 31st, dear world. Separated from my children, my family. I can't read it. The other one says silence, ignored, stabbed 11 times, human trafficked, 50 police reports on file, 0 follow-up, bludgeoned, actual extortion, home, car, possession stolen. So she's making signs like this for some reason. Chanel sucking dicks is the only thing you ever wanted to do with your life. Interesting. Years of lies, proposing 3,000, 2,000, a bunch of fucking numbers. Who am I? That's a good question. I don't know. Stealing reality, opportunity, air, broken heart, clogging the toilet, maybe. You steal everyone's light. Oh, homelessness, miss my puppy, my heart hurts. Oh, that's really sad. If it was anyone other than Heather. We even got them on tables. Got them fucking everywhere. So on the tables, I don't know if this was like, was she out to eat when she was at these tables? Comes freely and easily. There is enough to go around. It abducted abundance mindset. Heal self-affirmations are the useful and effective tool for replacing old self-limiting belief systems that may have been holding us back from reaching our goals. Why doesn't she just like make those inspirational posters or something and sell them off of like a Teespring or some kind of site where you don't have to buy the materials? You can just make designs, and if anyone wants to buy them, if you can actually do any of this marketing crap or sales that you can supposedly do, you don't even need to invest any money into it. Like you could just have it all automated these days. As if you're, it says spending $70 on fucking like makeup and a 10 or whatever, go invest that into like ad space for inspirational bullshit. That would literally be my advice to her, because she can just spew this out all day. Take all the sexual assault out and stuff, and right, I don't know if she'd be able to do that, but if it's just like, you are strong, beautiful, intelligent, caring, grateful, abundant, successful, you put like I don't know, some yoga stuff in the background of that. So I'm gonna slap that on their wall. What else we got? We got we are an artist, fitness enthusiast, a philosopher, huh? I've never heard any of her philosophies on anything. An experience, accurate, have several years in training in medical. Is if this is at a restaurant or something, it's like she's like just writing her resume right on the table, which is kooky as hell. We have the walls, some of the walls here, which are going to be a little bit hard to read because they're on a wall. I'm sorry, please give my family back. And then I am who you are. What? And we got celibate since Dylan. Except the grapes. I gotta remember to say grapes. And look at all this. Look at our whole wall. It's just a bunch of freaking nonsense, bro. Craziness. Craziness. Fridge didn't get unscathed. Oh yeah, well, obviously it's like Fridge Festa, right? So like all this stuff on the fridge here. I am Heather. Okay, I think we have gone over these ones on the other stream, but just to showcase kind of her, she literally writes on everything. Everything. And I can't read them all. Tent Festos, though. We've got Tent Festos. Because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 more of these, right? So I'm just going to skip through them here a bit. If I can actually like read a few things on them, I will. But she is just, she never learned not to color on the walls. Yeah, celibacy is still in, except the grapes. You know? You know, if this was taken out of context, that could make me look pretty bad. That's the one that I showed earlier as well. And then we got some notebook stuff. This actually, I'm able to read this. Reckon with yourself. Diction, dictionary, diction, dictate, root, ed, heal, not heal like your foot. What is all this? This is like some insane person. Clarity, chaos, comparing against versus perspective, spirit, force, convict, contract, confuse, conflict, you. I don't know what any of that means. Do you guys? What do you guys think that means? I'll get these other ones closed up here. This is a nice little picture. I'm sure it has a bunch of crazy stuff written in it, though. Feeling versus fueling. Yeah, fueling. Freedom. There are so many enemies. Oh, there are no enemies. Never mind. Mirages in space. Don't, contradiction, contact with 2 T's for some reason. Can, cross out, will. Oh my goodness. Okay. We got family in. Okay. Well, I know I've been long close with association, enlightenment. This is just, she is crazy. I part of the plant which attaches to the ground or a support, typically undergraded, conveyed water and with nourishment to the rest of the plant via, I don't know what that says. It's all messed up. Desensitize, dream away, removal, Yemen added to reversal of Yeti, descent. I don't know. That first line, though, let's see what this says. Work is the human enslavement. Oh my. AI brings us the odd back. What the fuck? The OOD back? Time in land with Dylan. When he was turned his head, very suspiciously, so scared. Don't know what that is. Better than me? Ego. This is some shit. What the fuck? Says numerology, truth versus false, overwhelmed. Return to a childlike state in curiosity rather than judgment. Why do they say curiosity killed the cat? A lot of deep questions. I guess this is where the philosophy comes from in her ramblings. This, yeah, I don't like her handwriting. That's a little bit too small to read. These are a little small too. Whoa. What does it say? Thoughts for expectations. Could it be possible that what we know / learn / cannot would not be undone, unreleased, or at very least, I don't know. This is crazy. We're gonna wrap it up with this one here. This is the last one. Good girl versus good girl. Very good girl. All right. Kind baby kill boss. Okay. Her birth date 11 and a 2 KB. Love, intense feeling of deep connection. Great interest or pleasure. Heaven is here. Hell is here. Chanel or Chanel myself. Okay. She's literally a crazy person. Street drugs. What? Hold on. What is this? This is the one she likes, the one she doesn't like? Bath salts? No, don't like bath salts. Cocaine has an X beside it, not a check mark. Ecstasy, check, and something. I don't know what that says. Oh, I think it's MDMA, something. But there's a little note here. I really wish I could know. But she doesn't like flakka. Don't do flakka. That's no good. Heroin, crocodile. Did she try crocodile? Crocodile will literally make your limbs fall off. LSD, though, she likes. Marijuana, she likes. I can't read your notes behind them. What is that? I don't know what those are, but methamphetamine, she says she doesn't like. This has a check mark beside. I just can't read out what it is. Mushrooms, she says she likes. She doesn't like salvia. I don't like salvia either. Spice, just don't like. So that fake weed. No, that's probably a good thing not to like. What the fuck? Okay. This is the fuck, bro. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Let's get to the grand finale here. I'm gonna have to switch this to this. It likes to mess with me when I do this. Share this tab instead, but I need you to actually expand for me. Are you gonna work? I think we're in business. Get all this crap. Oh wait, hold on. It almost worked. This crazy thing. Oh god. Okay, give me 1 second. It's doing that thing. I gotta learn just that it's just gonna always do this. I gotta close the whole window out for some weird reason, even though I shouldn't have to. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I can't even let me close it. That's insane. All right, open a new tab. I don't know. There must be some reason it does that. Basically, it doesn't let me like move or resize the window, but I have the X to close out the window off screen, so I can't pull it back to close it. So I can't. The only other option is close all the windows. It's just that's a really weird thing to do. So I have to pop it open on this here. And then I got to share it over here, and then we'll be good to go. I just really wish it could make my computer run faster if I close those other tabs.
Make sure everything is all right. Give it to me.
And all this was already loaded on the other tab, so give me just a second for it to load up here, and we'll be bipping and bopping and flipping and flopping. You know that thing. Isn't Flock a singer? Yeah, he's a singer, but it's also like a drug, apparently in Florida or something. I remember there was like news about it. Apparently it was really bad. It's kind of like crocodile, I think, but it just makes you crazy. Crocodile's super bad, though. If she was ever thinking of doing crocodile, that's insane. So this is our Crazy Trains channel. This is Heather screams vulgarities in her tent near a playground. Police were called. and it is it's a doozy, bro. It's a doozy. So I'm gonna get this. I think we're good. I think we're good to go now. Let's get this play in here.
I didn't. I tried. He asked me, do we need help? I tried to hand him a narrative. He says, I refuse to accept that from you, and walks away. So he's saying I refuse police service when I literally tried to hand him the narrative I have written up with
the narrative, guys, not the evidence, not the facts, just the fucking narrative.
all the fucking links of all the fucking evidence for the case.
The evidence.
Cases. Yet he.
I'm gonna be fresh. I haven't seen this. I've only skimmed through this. This is apparently, though, I was told the best, the craziest stream of 2023 so far, unless she does something else to top it. So this will be like a grand finale. It's over an hour, so I don't know how far we'll get. I'll try to get through it all for you.
You on camera just walked away for the millionth time and refused to take it. No one sees a problem with this.
So there's the playground. There's the camps.
It's always the same shit. Oh, Heather was. Oh, she was. Well, let's lock her up. Let's put her on a fucking $400 bond, and then let's sit around and listen and laugh when people say the only way that they can get out of prison is if they suck their dick. Like, that's so professional, so respectful. That's the way you treat a mother. That's the way you treat a fucking person who's being.
Police department.
Hi, may I speak with Detective Rojas, please?
Sure.
Great, thank you so much.
Here we go, scribbling away. I heard she gets hung up a lot on this stream as well.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for Paul Rojas. No one is available to take your call. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press the pound key for more options.
Hi, my name is Heather Gillespie, and I'm calling to follow up on a police report number LOP as in Paul, C as in cat, 2101876. I've called you guys more than 100 times. There's been
100 times? I mean, maybe there's a reason they're not picking up.
Follow-up. No one has so much as emailed or called me back. It's going on 4 years. This is with reference to a sexual assault case, among numerous others. You guys interviewed me.
I think those have to be solved, or at least try to be prosecuted, usually within, I think, the first 48 hours, right? It's been 4 years. I think there's a reason they're not coming back, Heather. I'm sorry to say.
Arrested me. I was sexually harassed while in your custody by a man. Regardless of the details, you have a report.
This is all in a voicemail, by the way. There's no way they're going to listen to this.
Right there. I just provided you the number. If you could please kindly give me a call back at your earliest convenience to 312-772-3193 or email me at the number 1, Heather, my first name, HEATHERGEE @gmail.com. That would be fantastic. Again, this is with regards to gang stalking and
buzzword you don't want to throw in there with the police.
Severe abuse, including a bludgeoning, sexual assault, and being stabbed by 3 women with screwdrivers 11 times. And it doesn't end there. I've also been thrown out of my own home with a lease and rental receipts in hand.
Like, how can you say you're being gang stalked, but also, like, there's no one around to look at your ass and Xavier's being crazy? Like, everyone is obviously leaving you alone in real life. Who's gang stalking you?
Beaten by a man on parole, in possession of guns, drugs, and other paraphernalia. And it's all been reported, again, to 6 area police offices in Chicago. I've passed out handwritten and typed up narratives about what's been going on with direct links to the videos that I've posted to any law enforcement officer that I pass by. I've printed out business cards, thousands of them, with a direct link to all of the proof, and put them on windshields of cars up and down the streets. I don't know what to do anymore. I've been chased out of 21 jobs. No one seems to give a fuck. And I'm pretty sure you guys take home a paycheck to give a fuck. Again, Heather Gillespie, if you could give me a call back, 312-772-3193. And
why is she shaking the fucking camera so much. Like,
This is for Detective Rojas, who I was told was responsible for the handling of this case.
just give me motion sickness, bro.
So that's Lombard. Nothing here is new, you guys. So I just want to let you guys know, this Heather, nothing that you guys are hearing is new. Okay. These are calls that I have been making consistently, numerous times a month for 4 years now. 4 years. My first police report was filed in person at the Foster and Pulaski area Chicago police station, and it was for robbery on my home, burglary on my home, a broken window on my home, and identity theft. Since that first police report was filed, I have been bludgeoned. I have been stabbed, jumped and stabbed by 3 women. 3 women, each with screwdrivers.
You can't really say it was jumped when you provoked it, though. And you were like, oh, come catch me outside the gas station, and then spit on him and said, you're not going to do anything about it, pussy.
11 stab wounds. I have been beaten, punched in the head for falling asleep on the train. I have been raped. I have been sleep deprived.
I don't think they give a fuck about your sleep deprivation. I'm sorry.
Meaning chased, harassed, or forced to walk for 4 or 5 days at a time with no sleep. Otherwise, when I do fall asleep, they attack my body while I'm sleeping outdoors. My vehicle, a Cadillac CTS that I paid off completely, my very first and only auto loan that I've ever had, paid it off completely. 2 months after making final payment, my car was mechanically sabotaged and destroyed. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I have hundreds of.
She has something weird going on with her wrist too. Like, it's very wrinkly. I don't know if it's just maybe the way she's holding the phone or something, maybe.
Reports like this. Okay. No one from any single department, branch of law enforcement, from the court system, from the state's attorney's office, no one has called me back. You guys can go to my YouTube channel and see all of the videos. This is not a joke. This is not a publicity stunt. I have literally provided direct links to every single one of these cases. I have 3 children who I'm supposed to be home parenting. When all of this began, my oldest child was in 8th grade. She is going to.
I'm sure like they listen to this and be like, we need to get this person back home to their kids.
Graduate high school next year. Do you people understand that? I have missed my daughter's entire high school career. This is unacceptable.
Why? This is also just a weird thing. Usually she's talking to us like with her face, and now we're just looking at a notebook and she's talking with her hand, and it's just a very odd thing.
Let's keep calling. This is what they say.
Let's keep calling. Okay, that's why, because we're going to make another phone call.
I have to do so that no one can say follow up or that I haven't done my part. Because again, this is 4 years. Even when, even when Eric Scholl got me the apartment at Montclair Apartments in Elmwood Park, Harwood Heights rather, directly in the middle of both of my children. So my son and my older daughter live about 2 miles to the west of that apartment complex, and my younger child lives about 2 miles to the east of that apartment complex. And I got an apartment there, had rental receipt and lease in hand, was harassed and stalked by my abuser, by friends of my abuser, and all to the point where I would sit in my room in the corner and cry for days on end. It would literally take days of me sitting by myself in the corner crying, terrified to even get up and leave the house again. When I finally got my energy together, I'd go back in the gym. I'd start being consistent with my workouts, 20, 30, 40 days in a row, not missing a single beat, eating healthy. Everything starts looking up. I'm focusing on my production company, GoPro Solo. And immediately, as soon as I start making any traction on the case, I get my home gets bammed, which I know you guys have seen the video for. Grant has the video.
Who's Grant? I've never seen. Did we see the video? Maybe we have seen the video, and she's like just over exaggerating again or taking things like completely out of context. I don't know. It's just the fuck.
Battered by people impersonating officers,
break my door down, grab me by my face, slam me up against the wall, just completely manhandle me in my own apartment and throw me into the street, where I have remained since April of 2022. We're now in, what is this? June of 2023. And the original case began in 2018. So nothing has changed. Nothing has stopped. Nothing has improved. I am not being permitted to work. I have been chased and harassed out of literally 21, that's 21 jobs. Every job from hospitality to waitressing to fitness training, LA Fitness, Export Fitness, the Nasty Chicken restaurant in Roselle, Rose Bar in Tampa Bay, Florida, DoorDash. I was Dasher of the Month for DoorDash every single month. Things were just going too well. I had
Things were going too well. They had to sabotage me.
the money to pay for my Airbnb. I could support my children. Everything was starting to even out. And that's when they destroyed my vehicle. So we're 4 years in. I can prove that I have been gang stalked. I can prove that I have been violently victimized numerous times. I can prove that I have been sexually assaulted. Yet here we are going into year 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 years. No response from law enforcement.
I'm being stalked. What do you? How are you being stalked? I put public content out online, and people don't like it. They have bad things to say about it. I don't think this is being stalked, bro.
Ignoring every petition I have filed for a court date, both in person as well as electronic.
I don't know what happened. Did it pause?
I
No,
want
something.
to sue. Please, if you are a lawyer, I have done all the work. It's done. I've written a 370-page narrative about everything. I have police reports about everything. I have zero criminal record, no criminal record at all, nothing. Never have I ever been convicted of a single crime. And I am being harassed. They've been in deals with my abusers. They have been giving my abusers or people who were witness to my abuse the location of where I'm working. And then they show up at my job. It's terrifying. I am trying not to get neurotic again because, to be quite honest, I don't have any mental health issues. I have ADHD and anxiety, which I was diagnosed with as a child, and
I did think she has some other issues.
neither of which are mental health issues. ADHD, in my opinion, means you are smart and your brain works faster than others. So I don't allow people to make me feel like I'm coming from a deficit with that diagnosis. Also PTSD for sexual assault and some other things. But PTSD is a psychological injury. It's not a mental health disorder. Like a bruise, it can heal. Okay, so I don't have mental health disorders. I have been twice unlawfully locked into a hospital, not a psych ward, a hospital, a regular ward, after having my head split open. Now you go back to the hospital now and ask for those medical records. They wrote 5150.
But yeah.
I was bludgeoned. I was attacked by a man with a tire iron and forced, because I was unconscious, picked up by ambulance and taken to the hospital. And they logged my hospital stay as a 5150. I have 4 independent psych evals and 5 if you include my own personal doctor, Central Primary Care, Dr. Haresh Solani. If you include all of their opinions and all of their notes, I have 5 of them clearing mental health, saying there is absolutely nothing wrong with my mental health other than, quote, relationship stress, and stress that is causal to the abuse I am being forced to relive over and over and over. Where is my money? Where is my justice? I want to say something one more time that I've already said so you people can understand the gravity of this. When this began, my oldest daughter was in 8th grade. She will be a high school senior next year, and I have not so much been given one court date. I am outside in a fucking tent. I am not being permitted to work. I am not being permitted to work on my production company, GoPro Solo. I have not been able to get a phone call out to my mother since November of 2022. I
don't think they want anything to do with you. And she's probably taking it. I don't know.
been impregnated. I have had my cervix intentionally scratched open in the middle of the night. I have lost twin babies at 20 weeks.
20 weeks, delivered them in the shower of an Airbnb on December 26th, was ambulance taken to Swedish Covenant for a blood transfusion, and so that they could remove the other fetus with DNC. Everything that has gone on, including those babies passing away, is criminal. All of it. Call Chicago police, call Swedish Covenant, pretend to be me, and ask where the fetuses were expelled. No one knows. They did not provide us a death certificate. They did not. I lost a baby before at 5 months with my ex-husband, Louis Sanchez, my big kid's father. I was pregnant, 5 months pregnant. I started going into preterm labor. The baby passed away, and we went to Little Res, which was at the time called West Suburban Catholic Hospital. They removed the baby's body. They buried the baby's body. They gave us a memorial for the baby at All Saints Cemetery. Chicago takes me by ambulance to Swedish Covenant Hospital, where both fetuses are missing. No one can tell me anything, okay, about the babies. So we're going back to 2018, where I began being violently attacked. I'm sorry, 2019. 2018 was just the identity theft stuff.
All right, at least she didn't stay. I hope she doesn't go too much. I don't like her talking about that shit. It's not nice to hear.
And the robberies. 2015 was the exact same group, the Marissa, the Dylan, all of their friends. That's who broke into my house and robbed me in 2015. The same people. So not only is law enforcement refusing to assist me in any way, they're funding these people with Airbnbs, apartments, and forcing them to work cases with them. Basically, they took the biggest fucking pieces of shit they could find and gave them a badge to be police officers in the city. They pay for their homes, they pay for their vehicles, and they give them opportunity. I think it's fucking disgusting. I think it is absolutely disgusting. I have not only been an advocate for most of these people, one of their friends, I won't say his name not to cause him embarrassment, because he said sorry afterwards and we kind of cleared the air. But I understand what a shitty upbringing he had as an orphan. He raped me. Dylan knows he raped me and came out and became friends with him again and began hanging out with him.
Dylan did leave her, yeah, for sure. I don't know if it was for Marissa. I mean, he ended up with Marissa. Marissa has been, I think, with him before Heather as well. I'm not too up to date with all the Dylan drama, but yeah, Dylan's life is like a mess as well.
And I'm not talking about a rape like, oh, Heather was fucked up and they were getting... No, Heather was asleep and woke up with this man inside of her. Do you not get that? What is fucking wrong with you people? What is wrong with you? Not you guys listening, but with everyone who knows that this has been going on and no one has done shit to assist in any way. Nothing. I just can't take it anymore. Like they fuck up my gym membership. They won't let me work out. They throw me out of my own home. They extreme limit communication with my children. And then they make me feel like the abuse they're forcing me and my family to go through is happening to everyone and that it's not unique to us. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't know a single person in existence anywhere ever who has been through half of what I have been through only in the past 3 years. I just now, and you guys can go to my shorts or my videos, I just uploaded another video of law enforcement coming out to harass me, right? Trying to hand him the narrative. He comes up and says, someone said that you were getting loud in here. I'm fucking worked up. I'm making all
I'd say that's a pretty accurate report or statement.
All these calls. I'm in my fucking feelings again. I'm reliving all this shit. This is traumatic, right? So, and I'm at a park because, well, where else am I going to go? I can't make these calls in the library. I need to go to a public space.
Oh, because the Wi-Fi? They shouldn't have Wi-Fi at the fucking public park, bro. Maybe you just shouldn't be doing these. Maybe it's a sign that you shouldn't be doing these, or you should get your own cell phone service. Go into like a middle of a field if you want to do this shit.
So someone calls.
There's kids at the park, bro. It's a park.
The police on us. So the police come to begin harassing me.
I would definitely call the police if a homeless lady was yelling crap like this in a tent around kids.
again, welcome to my life. At which point in time, I attempt to hand him this. He asks, what's going on? I say, nothing's going on. Please leave me alone. What's going on? Here I have this narrative. Do you need medical help? And he refuses the narrative and walks away. That's not harassment. This is not harassment. We also have the other officer on tape at Harwood Heights saying the exact same thing. They refuse to come up and dust my apartment door for fingerprints.
I think someone's trying to kick her off the Wi-Fi. It's like all glitchy. It's going normally on my end, but hers is just whack.
They refuse to look around my apartment at all of the deadbolts that I installed, extra to the ones that were given to me by the leasing agent. Okay. Eric Scholl took me to Home Depot, bought me an extra Blink security camera. Okay. Bought me an extra lock, changed the deadbolt, changed the handle lock, and put a latch and swing lock on the top of it. They still broke it. They stole food, they stole cash, they stole clothes. I called the police the first like 10 or 20 times that they broke in. The police never came up. One time, actually, a cute little girl and guy. They looked like brother and sister. They looked like they were probably barely 20 years old.
Yep. Those are the cops that sent out. No, I'm not eating cookies, skeleton. It's just like tortilla chips. I can't eat cookies. I'm like Augie. I'm gonna die if I eat wheat. That's celiac disease.
Look, they really looked like Polish kids. I don't even know if they were real cops. They came up and they pretended to inspect the area, to humor me, I guess. And they left. And I never saw them again as officers. I don't know their names, but all of the rest of the officers refused to even come upstairs. And I have the police reports for all of those thefts as well that have all gone unresolved. So let's go over what I've lost since Dylan's release. Okay. My identity has been stolen at least 10 times. The identifying documents of all three of
Who the fuck would want to be Heather Gillespie? Who would want to steal Heather's identity? Yeah, I want to be a homeless person in Chicago. Sign me up.
my children, including social security numbers and birth certificates, have been stolen multiple times. I've had to freeze all of our credit reports. I have been beaten. I have been punched on the train while I sit there sleeping, unconscious, sitting on the train, waking up to being punched in my head. I have been bludgeoned, resulting in the need for staples in the back of my head. I have been stabbed 11 times by 3 women with screwdrivers. I have filed police reports whether I wanted to or not. You know what happens when an ambulance picks you up because you're laying on the ground covered in blood? The police file a report. So for all of you calling me a trick, you got the wrong one, bitch. I don't tell on people. All I do is mind my own fucking business, continue to educate myself, turn to God, pray, read the Bible, work out, and walk around in circles with Xavier here. I don't know what the fuck you people think, not you people watching, but you people as in authority, law enforcement, the criminal system, the judges, all the public servants that are getting a paycheck to do a job. I don't know what more you can expect from me. Someone is coming into my apartment, stealing my clothes and my food and my money, and I'm calling for help. And rather than help arriving, law enforcement shows up and suggests that I go to the doctor. Are you fucking kidding me? And we still don't have a lawsuit against these people. Now I've called on camera Lombard to follow up on this police report number, Bolingbrook to follow up on this police report number.
Oh my God.
We can call Northlake right now. That's not a problem. I'm going to keep doing it, and I'm doing it on Xavier's phone so that I can record and I can do it all live. But I can't just walk away. I have 3 children here. And here's the thing. Even when I did just walk away, because my lawyer at the time, Nick Albuquerque, met me at the Target on State Street, right around Christmas.
I think that's the first Nick Albuquerque we've heard this stream. So if you have Nick Albuquerque on the bingo card, if you're playing bingo, that's the first time I've heard it.
Christmas time, or I don't even know what time of year it was. And he said to me, Heather, you need to flee the state. I am concerned genuinely.
She says this story all the time too. You need to flee the state, because any lawyer would do that. They would use that terminology. You need to flee the state.
For your safety. And I didn't flee the state because I didn't have any money and I was attacked and bludgeoned by the man with the tire iron. I have never been contacted by a state's attorney. I have never been assisted in any way. I need help. And it's not in the form of mental health, and it's not in the form of hospital care. I need help finding a way to move back inside to a stable home where I can raise my children in peace, in happiness, in love, where I can stabilize so that I can take a shower and put on makeup and a dress and attend my daughter's dance recital or my daughter's graduation ceremony.
Yeah, the trapdoor thing. Is it supposed to be just okay? She is going to come back eventually. I just wanted to make sure like my thing wasn't frozen. Sometimes it does that, but it looks like it is just supposed to be this still frame of Mr. Policeman.
Have 3 small children ranging in age from 9 to 16. 9, this has been ongoing for 4 years. Do the math on that. That means my youngest was 6, 2 months before her 6th birthday, and my oldest was 12 years old. Didn't even have a period yet. She didn't even have a menstrual cycle.
Why you just, I don't know. That's a weird, it's like thing to point out.
You don't fucking think that those are the most important years for a child to be with their mother? How dare you? How dare all of you? Let's call again. Let's call another one, shall we? Just to fucking prove that this place is so full of shit. You know who we're going to call this time? We're going to call the Daily Center. And then we're going to call 555 West Harrison. I've been to both of those places in person and electronically. They don't do a goddamn.
I don't think the cops were looking for her while she was ranting. I think she yelled at a cop and told him to go away. But maybe I might have the story wrong because this was back in June here. So I wasn't on the case yet.
Damn thing.
Your satisfaction is very important to us. Your call.
Oh, and meanwhile, they're forcing my mother to take a Mexican exchange student. I don't know his name, but I only heard this from my cousin. I'm sorry, who is this, please?
You called the clerk of the Circuit Court of Cook County.
Okay, great. And what was your name, please?
I get people to do this to me sometimes. Even though I tell them my name. I'm Steve. I'm going to help you today. But they'll be like, no, I want your full first and last name. But I don't do that. You get my first and last name. Well, yeah, my first name.
John, how can I help you?
I was calling because I've come in person as well as called on the phone numerous times requesting a court date. There are a bunch of corrupt things going on that are ultimately resulting in violence towards me, including sexual assault, physical assault, stalking, harassment, the destruction of property, and numerous other issues. I have been calling consistently as well as coming in and filing an in-person petition every 6 months. And I've done so live on Instagram to prove that I've done so. Not only have I not been ever given a court date, no one has even so much as called me back. So I just want to see, what would your advice be if, again, prior to 2019, I've never even been in a fight before. No one.
A criminal matter? Is this a criminal matter?
I'm trying to explain to you. Again, prior to 2019.
Well, he needs to know, just so we don't waste more of our time here.
I've never even been in a fight before. 2019 came and I started getting attacked physically, violently, bludgeoned, having my head split open,
Ma'am,
stabbed.
in order for me to direct your call to the proper division, I need to know if this is a domestic issue or a criminal issue.
Yeah, and see, common sense says that the way you do that is you listen to the person on the other phone and what they're explaining, and then you respond with advice.
Okay, no, but think about it like this, right? You're rambling on about this big, long story. What if he's not even the guy that needs to be hearing this? So even if even if you want to tell him this big long story, it's still going to take twice as long for him to go get the other guy who is going to be able to help you, him explain it to that fucking guy, because it's going to take just as long for you to explain to him, for him to explain to the guy, and then get you transferred over there. And then maybe guy doesn't understand, you're going to have to re-explain it to him too. So like, it's going to save you triple the time to just answer this guy's question, bro.
I don't work for the court system, so I don't know what category you would place gang stalking under. Again, and he hung up. This is exactly what I have been dealing with, without exception, for the past 4 years.
I think he just hung up on it.
It doesn't matter if I call these people nice, patient, kind, kissing their ass, or angry, or crying. It does not matter. You can go through my YouTube videos. You can go through my Instagram videos. I have called them in every mood that they make and every mood in between. I have given them so many chances. You still think this is okay? You still think this isn't corrupt? Look at this. Look at this.
I'm assuming she was showing something doxy or nefarious, and that's probably why we just got this still up. Because Crazy Train is a good creator, and she would not have people's doxes up in the chats.
This is Xavier's phone with a call log with 6 calls so far, all to different agencies reporting the same thing, and not a single one of them will even so much as shut the fuck up and let me finish a sentence. No one sees a problem with that. These people take home paychecks. They take home paychecks. And I'm sitting fucking time.
Right? I mean, I could have it like this if it were, they're not really, until she gets back on camera, because I'm not really, you know.
No one sees a problem with this. Nobody. Let's call again.
What do you think is going to happen this time, guys?
Very important to us. Your call may be recorded for quality purposes.
Hi, I just called and was hung up on by someone called John. I'm calling because, unfortunately, I'm not trained in knowing what department will handle it, so you're going to have to allow me to explain, if you don't mind. In 2019, I began being attacked physically, emotionally, mentally, and sexually. My identity, along with the identifying documents of my 3 children, were stolen numerous times. My home was intentionally flooded 2 times. It was broken into, and I was robbed at least 3 times. I was raped. I already said that. I was jumped and stabbed by 3 women with screwdrivers. I was bludgeoned by a man after my attorney, Nick Albuquerque, gave me advice to, quote, flee the state. He said, Heather, he met me at a Target. He told me, I am concerned for your safety. There is most definitely corruption going on here. I would flee the state if I were you. Those were his exact words. I didn't have the money to flee the state. I was attacked by a man less than 3 weeks later with a tire iron, bludgeoned, and hospitalized for a week, and had to have staples in my head. I have been coming to not only your courthouse, but also 555 West Harrison, also the Arlington Heights, Cook County courthouse, as well as calling the DOJ, the district attorney, the state's attorney, DuPage County state's attorney, and various states that are not Illinois. I have been blatantly denied a court date, even though I have filed at least 6 petitions in person and electronically.
I like how you can just see her reflection. Like she has 2 phones. She's just like, listen to my bullshit. Like, oh.
And I just keep getting the runaround. So because of the nature of the case, of the crime, of the crimes, with me, fleeing all of these, my homes, because I'm physically attacked, I was told by another officer that they refer to that as gang stalking. Not gang as in like gang bangers, but gang as in a group of organized people who are following me, harassing me, and harming me.
I asked the officer what I do about that, and he literally told me I needed to gather police report numbers for areas that I filed and send him an email. Not him, just send someone an email with all the police report numbers. I have spent days, no less, probably weeks, if you add up all the hours accumulatively, calling your offices and everyone's offices. No one has helped me in any way. And I also have law enforcement live on camera refusing to accept a narrative that gives direct links to all of the videos that show most of the abuse. And this is just probably, I'd say, about a half what I've told you now on the phone of what's been going on. So I'm wondering what I need to do to receive resolution for this gang stalking and to not be left sleeping outdoors in a tent to be raped and abused anymore.
Do you have, sorry, can I have your last name?
Can I have your last name? I think this person is just like, I'm getting paid by the hour. I'll just let this person fucking rant their heart out. Doesn't bother me. But yeah, first, it's your fucking last name.
Sure, it's Gillespie. Gille, S as in Sam, P as in Paul.
Wait. G as in girl?
I-L-L.
Is it Z as in girl?
G as in girl.
She's asking you a question. You got to say yes or no. You can't just like go on to the next letter. She's asking for clarification, bro. She's actually trying to get your last name. I wouldn't even be asking your last name. I would have just been like, what do you want? Like, this is the wrong place to be calling. And then she'd be like, I don't need a last name for this.
Girl, I-L-L, E, S as in Sam, P as in Paul, I-E.
And last name. I'm sorry, first name.
Heather.
Heather.
T-H-E-R, correct.
Middle initial?
It doesn't matter.
So that was gonna. So this started.
2018.
19?
2018.
2018.
That would be very nefarious if you asked her to spell it again.
It sounds like a domestic violence to me.
Well, it started as that, and I filed an EOP with Judge Maria Sandoval. It's not against Orlando Rubio or Luis Sanchez. Those are the fathers of my children, and we have an agreed upon, joint custody order that's been in place since 2018. The new cases are all victimizations against me with a Dylan Smith, inmate number Y12173.
It's a weirder camera. It makes your phone look really weird. Like now it looks kind of like a tablet. Before it looked almost like it had a horizontal or a diagonal edge. I don't know what's wrong with your phone. It looks like it's an iPhone. It's got like 3 cameras on the back.
He was released from the IDOC and given preferential treatment.
Which would be how the fuck could she afford an iPhone?
By, I don't know if it was law enforcement or if it was representatives for the state, because he was involved in several cases regarding fraud. So he was working with the police on some fraud cases. Because he was working on those deals, they were allowing him to do any and every drug he wanted, which then resulted in violent behavior. He would pick me up by the throat and drop me on the ground and kick me and other things that were incredibly uncharacteristic of him and just very troubling.
So Dylan Smith is who, your boyfriend, your husband?
Dylan Smith was my husband from 2015 to 2019. The state of Illinois blocked our marriage. Our prenuptial agreement was actually drafted there and certified there by a Rebecca Zarnecki, I believe, was the lawyer who drafted the prenup. And they were going through some other legal issues because all of the chaplains supposedly in the Illinois prison system were unavailable for 5 years. So that's what makes me think this was all corrupt from the beginning and that Dylan was involved in trying to set me up, which would put the state in a real fucked up place. Because they subsequently have not charged me with anything. I have no criminal record.
And that's very well put. I hate when you're a bitch anyway, and then you have unchecked raging mental illnesses, and you think you can act anyway. Plus, you're in an active amphetamine psychosis. Quite exhausting. Yeah, I feel bad for anyone who had to talk to Heather on this day.
a college education, and they have been listening to my phone calls where this man was coercing me on a recorded line. So they know everything that's been going on, and they're also involved in everything that's been going on. Yet, even when I've run to Florida, like I told you, a man bludgeoned my head with a tire iron, and I needed staples. After my lawyer told me you need to go out of the state because people are going to try to hurt you. And I kept asking for clarification. I don't know what that means. I've never testified in any case against anyone.
Did you guys ever watch Dinosaurs? The dinosaur was like, not the mama, not the husband. Yeah, exactly.
I don't have any information against anyone. Why would they be coming at me? He was using me as a shield. He was.
Ma'am, can I stop you, please?
Sure.
Right there. Okay. A couple of names. I'm gonna say it to you.
Okay.
2017. Do you know anybody named Luis Sanchez?
None of that has anything to do with this case. As I said before, Lewis and Orlando.
Amy Boland?
What does that have to do with this case?
They probably have like some kind of order for you not to see the kids or something, which would kind of circumvent a lot of this nonsense. Like, I need to see my kids. Well, first off, no. Second off, that's what I'm assuming she's about to do.
It's not about the case. It's about the names that I have.
It is about the case.
That I'm trying to.
No, ma'am, you're bringing up civil cases from the person who robbed my home or was implicated in robbing my home, breaking my window, and leaving heroin needles in my house, which has nothing to do with being gang stalked.
It was totally not Heather's heroin needles, okay, guys, because like in her list of drugs that she liked, she's had heroin crossed off. She said, heroin, I don't like this. So obviously we can trust her, right?
Cases are for order of protection.
Right.
But I'm not bringing it
Which
up.
were denied. You did bring it up. They were denied. Were they not? Correct. So why don't
No, they weren't. I think you're just trying to say that for the audience because now maybe she's thinking like, shit, maybe I shouldn't be recording this.
you do your job?
Heather,
Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
I'm trying to tell you.
What's your name?
My name is Farah.
Okay, so let me ask you again.
Let me ask you again. Flip the phone. Like, I don't know if she did a 360. She flipped the phone 360.
I just gave you a list of all the ways I have been bludgeoned, stabbed, beaten, raped, abused, and robbed. You, in turn, said you were going to provide me with some names to call and then started telling me about old EOPs that were denied by the court system. At the same time, all of this corruption began. How is that in any way relevant? What does Amy Boland have to do with me calling you, telling you I am being raped, robbed, bludgeoned, beaten, and ignored by law enforcement? How is that in any way relevant? Can you please explain that?
I'm trying to get your story. I'm trying to tell you, but you're not.
No, ma'am, you're not doing anything like that. You're bringing up cases that are unrelated, that are civil.
I am not bringing up cases. When you told
How
me
does
your
this have
name,
any? I just fuck.
She's not letting her talk because she doesn't want her to fucking, I'm assuming, say the truth on camera because it's going to like debunk Heather's crazy shit. It's great to try and edit in here. Keep in mind there is a playground directly across from her tent as she screams vulgarity. Yeah. So, I mean, I'd be calling the cops.
Okay, I have to take a deep breath now because have you ever been held down and fucked from behind while you screamed out for help? No? Thank God for that. What the fuck does Amy Boland have to do with me being gang stalked, stabbed, beaten, abused, and thrown into the street, ma'am? Are you going to help me with this case and give me any assistance, or are you going to harass me?
1 second.
Do you fucking see what I'm dealing with? Are you
1 second.
fucking kidding me? Oh, it's okay, Heather. Don't get upset. We're just going to keep fucking you in your asshole no lube, raping you, ignoring all of the ways that you've been raped
I don't think the kids need to hear this.
and beaten and robbed and over and over and over. Over and fucking over. And it's just going to be okay. And when you call for help every single time, you know what we're going to say instead? Well, it looks like someone called Amy Boland in 2018. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, you didn't let her explain. I want to know. Let this Sarah woman explain. I think she said her name was Sarah.
Do I need to come to court on that? Is there something I need to do on that? Is that unresolved? No. It's a denied request for EOP. That's what it is. What does that have to do with being raped, robbed, beaten, and abused? Yes.
Ma'am, if you continue to cuss, we cannot service you.
Yeah, the people do that in customer service as well. I'm not one of those. I won't do that to somebody. I guess it depends. Actually, I've never disconnected a call because someone's swearing at me. I'll make them disconnect on me.
You know what, ma'am? You're right. I'm so sorry. I'm the problem here. Me not wanting to be raped, robbed, beaten with my case, and you've done nothing to help me in any way. Someone robs my house. Someone leaves heroin needles in a room of my house that my children have access to. I've never done drugs in my life. I come and tell you people that I need help with the situation, and rather than assisting me in any way, you read me that person's name. What the fuck does that? I'm sorry, pardon my French. What does that person or her denied request for EOP have anything to do with me being gang stalked for the following 4 years?
I really hope she asks, like, how are you being gang stalked? Or can you define your experience being gang stalked or something?
How are they relevant?
Ma'am, we're just the keeper of the records.
We just keep the records.
Have nothing to do with the process of how everything goes.
And I'm not asking you to have anything to. What's your name, ma'am?
I'm Soretta Fenner.
Soretta. Sorry, I thought she said Sarah before. It's Soretta she's talking to.
I'm not asking you to solve my problems. I'm asking you to tell me what to do to solve them. Okay? My home was broken.
Tell you.
My home was.
Did you call the police?
Hundreds of times. I've written.
Nothing can happen until we have it in court. From there, then we can assist you as far as making sure you do the right paperwork to get before a judge.
I went to court every 6 months filing petitions for a court order. You have not given me a single court order. I did that live on camera. Okay? On camera.
Then you did go to court.
I did not. I filed a petition to have a court date, and you guys never gave me one. 6 times, all on camera. I can give you a direct link right now. Pardon me. I can give you a direct link right now on. Excuse me. Let me please finish my. This is unbelievable.
There's another thing too. People will tell. I want to send you a picture. You can't do that. You can't send me anything. What the fuck are you talking about? You just send this person a link to a video. They can't do anything with that. They probably don't even have a way to accept links from you because, like, I don't think this person wants to have like a back and forth email exchange with you every day about all of this nonsense.
I can give you a direct link.
Ma'am, this is what I can do. I can give you the number who can assist you with you filing your paperwork.
Let me repeat myself, whatever your name is. I came in 6 times. I'm not a fucking invalid. I'm a college graduate with 8 years experience at one of the most prestigious medical centers that Chicago or the world has. On top of that, I have experience in every industry that was ever created. I'm kind, I'm compassionate, I'm always helping people. I share my food. I've opened my home to people when they needed somewhere to sleep. I don't deserve this. I have gone in there on a live feed that I'd be happy to provide you the link to. And I filled out every single document that I needed to. And it's stamped by your office, filed. And I have on recording every time I've called you guys and said, hi, I was in there yesterday. I filed a petition in person. You guys told me it was going to take 24 to 48 hours. Then you guys give me the same.
She's looking off into the distance. I can see it in the reflection. And this, like I said, this point of view, this is like Call of Duty, but just Heather Gillespie edition. I seen BCG, you posted like in one of your stories, like a Nintendo Switch game for being homeless. It's like Heather Gillespie is a playable character. This would be that video game, like the first person view of you being Heather, and it's just insanity.
Same running around that you're giving me now. We don't know. We're just records. I give you the case number. I show you the video. No one knows. Everyone's confused. Someone will call me back. No one ever does. I have a paper on my person right now with a list of all your judges, Judge Schuster, all your judges, and their assistants, and their direct lines to call or email them.
Let me ask you this. What are you trying to do? All I know is you hollering.
I have a paper that has been published to my websites that your office provided me with a list of judges and their administrative assistants. I have a copy of the petition, stamped, filed, and 6 others identical to it. No court date has ever been assigned. I also have links of me for weeks calling your office every single day asking, why haven't I been assigned a court date? Why haven't I been permitted to see my children? What is going on? It is 4 years later, and I still have no follow-up. None. What do I want? I want my car back that was unlawfully destroyed, mechanically sabotaged. Someone nefariously poured
and you're not getting a car.
Some sort of who knows what into it. I replaced all of the parts, the water pump, the gas tank, all this stuff, numerous times, thousands of dollars. Made my final payment on the car, and 30 days later, someone destroyed it, and I couldn't pay to fix it again.
I mean, like, this just sounds like taking care of a car. And no one's gonna help you with that. I'm sorry.
They have beaten me. They have bludgeoned me. They have stabbed me. They have stolen everything I have. They have separated me from my 3 children. What would you want? I have been gang stalked in 7 counties just in this state. Chased out of 21 jobs. That's 2-1. I have lists of every single job I've been chased out of, every single hiring manager, the dates, the times, photos, and videos. I have been unlawfully detained. I have been sexually assaulted, and I'm concerned that many others around me, only for speaking truth, have also suffered similar fates. So what I'm asking for is, how do I, after calling every police department on a live broadcast, and not for the first time, or the second time, or the third time, or the 4th time, etc., and so forth, how do I go about receiving assistance on this case? This is a public park, sir. The police have already been here. How do I go about receiving assistance?
This is a public park. The police have already been here. I'm allowed to do this.
Since on this case.
Police already came.
Stop, just stop.
When are you leaving? In a few minutes.
Okay, excuse me.
What's going on? Is that Xavier or is that another cop or another person? Does another player entered?
I got it.
You don't. Please stop. I'm trying to listen and communicate. I'm sorry. Continue, please.
They weren't saying anything.
Have you tried a public defender?
Yes, actually, numerous times. I don't need a public defender. I have a lawyer, Nick Albuquerque. He has been my lawyer for many years.
Then your lawyer is supposed to.
He is being threatened with bodily harm. He is the one who gave me the advice to, quote, flee the state.
If you have a lawyer, what is he doing?
What is he doing? Because your lawyer is supposed to take all the evidence and then present it in front of a fucking judge and jury and then get you all this shit that you're demanding from Sarita, who doesn't have the fucking resources to give you any of that. If it's even a possibility, which I highly doubt.
He's getting threatened. They promoted him. Listen to how corrupt this shit is, okay? They gave him an option to either be disbarred or threatened him, rather, extorted him, just like they've done every other person associated with this case, or to take an administrative judge role and be quiet about the case. That's why he met me outside of the court system. That's why he told me to flee the state. He took a promotion to administrative law judge in exchange for his silence on this corrupt case. And this dates back all the way to 2015 when Internal Affairs ruled that a detective, David Shepard, was using unlawful sexual exploitation to try to gain information about a case I knew nothing about. And I've literally been having to walk around with...
And do you know where on the notebook around you saw the white pill? Because if I can catch it, I'll pause and we can zoom in and enhance.
The cell phone in my hand, recording everything that goes on.
It's just really hard because it's all over the place.
Almost every day since then. To call you people and be hung up on twice and then have someone bring up a request for EOP that was denied by a person who's unrelated to this entire situation is a mishandling. To call and speak with a John and be hung up on blatantly is mishandling. I'm sitting in a public park because you people have thrown me out of my home after I requested an EOP against the person who was beating me within inches of my life and locking me outside in my underwear in the winter. I don't know what to do. That's why I'm calling you. You guys are paid to do this job, right?
Nick Albuquerque should be doing this.
I'm not. I'm sitting in a park getting threatened.
Ma'am. You need to speak with someone like a legal service. Where's Carpals at? Have you spoken to Carpals?
Hundreds of times, ma'am. And I have CCs and proof of all the emails. They tell me the exact same thing every time, which is that they had. Let me finish. You asked the question, but you don't let me finish. That's strategic.
No, because you're steady hollering. And
I'm not hollering. I'm speaking.
Listen, ma'am. This is what I'm going to tell you.
Because they don't let me answer a single question because the answers will be damning. I have video proof going live on social media with hundreds of thousands of witnesses of me coming in there, speaking first to your security office at the Daily Center, the guy who sits right in the corner by the southwest corner of the building, a white shirt, information desk, telling me on camera that there used to be financial aid for legal assistance, but that there no longer is, that they had, quote, one person, and I have a witness sitting right next to me who was there for that conversation, who said that they have one person who used to handle it, but since the pandemic, they've never been back. Okay. I have that paper that was provided to me from you guys 6 or 7 different times with a list of all the judges and their administrative assistants. I've called each and every single one religiously. I've attached emails where I CC my lawyer, public defenders, major media outlets, Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 5, Channel 2, local law enforcement, Detective James Cleese, and numerous other people. Okay, I have gone above and beyond due diligence to do.
I really hate people like this just in general as well, because there will be people like this just in like the normal world, like for internet and shit. So they'll call, something's wrong. They'll have like a manager assigned to them, and then they'll just call again and then get another one assigned to them. Then they just call again and get another one assigned to them and then call again. So you got like 5 managers working on the same issue. And it's all getting fucked up. And then they call and get someone like me, and they're like, what's going on? I'm like, you got to stop calling us, or your problem is just never going to get solved. Listen to what people are telling you, and just, if you don't, I don't know, leave if you don't like it, I guess.
Do my job, but I'm receiving zero reciprocity from anyone in the system. And I don't understand why or what I need to do to create resolution. All I'm asking for is what I need to do. Carpals is not the answer. We've already done it. Domestic abuse resources have blatantly said they can't help. Private lawyers have been extorted off the case, telling me, this is a grown man, ma'am, telling me, I'm afraid that these people are going to hurt you. You need to flee the state. And then 3
hurt you, not him, right? You said the people are threatening him.
weeks later, I'm bludgeoned and my skull is split open. I don't think you people get it.
Left page, upper bottom, half, middle, but the middle white. Okay. I think BCG said that they might have threw it off earlier, but maybe we can get like a screenshot of it later.
If you want to go by doing this yourself, I can give you information.
Okay, great.
You fill out the paperwork.
I'm ready to write it down. Whatever I need to write down.
833. 411. 1121.
Okay.
Yeah, they can help you with what paperwork you need to.
I know what paperwork I need, ma'am. I've already filed it 7 times.
That's the only thing. Other than that, you need a lawyer. You need your lawyer, or you need some type of representation. Other than that,
how am I not supposed to? How am I not supposed to be scared or discouraged when these grown-ass men making 6 figures to do this job are scared and telling me to run away? I have 3 kids, ma'am. My daughter was in 8th grade when this began. She's about to graduate high school next year, and I want to be there.
Waterworks, but I don't know if they're real because we can't see her.
This is my life.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. I'm going to call that number, but I'm letting you know they don't do anything. They haven't done anything. I've been at this for 4 years. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm going to call that number right now.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Have a nice day.
Well, at least Soretta got her to hang up. See? It's hard to tell if she's like hamming it up for the live stream or if she's actually upset. If she is actually upset, it makes me think like maybe she believes some of her crazy bullshit. And she thinks like maybe this is finally going to be the help that she requires. But at the same time, you need to learn to listen. She doesn't listen to anybody. So no one's going to be able to help her until she fucking listens.
Welcome to Illinois Court Help. Press 1 for English. Bienvenido a Illinois Court Help.
Catch more honey with flies. The squeaky wheel makes the oil.
Illinois Court Help is your guide through the courts.
Dude, they don't
Our
help.
court
They
guides
don't
can
do
answer
shit.
questions about your local courts and going to court. Please wait for the next available court guide. We can't give legal advice. If you need legal advice or representation, you should talk to a lawyer. Use of this service is subject to our privacy policy and terms of use at ilcourthelp.gov. You can text us at any time at 833-411-1121, and a guide will respond as soon as possible.
Oh, she's like, I can just type out my narrative now.
Visit ilcourthelp.gov for more information. If you would like us to call you back without losing your place in line, press 2 at any time while you are waiting.
It's the same shit.
The average wait time is currently
It's the
3
same
minutes.
shit.
Please hold for the next available agent.
Anything, you guys, I can't fucking take it anymore. I swear to God, I don't know what to do. I can't. How do you let a woman go through this?
So let's see. Okay, we're almost done.
How do you do that? I don't get it. Anyone but a woman, nonetheless. Like, where am I? Where am I?
In a tent.
And I have to do all this?
You're in a tent, Heather.
So, just so everyone knows, like, I usually don't look like this. If you know me how I usually look, I'm always dressed nicely. I always have makeup on, my hair done.
What's going on with you today, Heather?
Just can't take it anymore. Like, I miss my kids. I don't even give a fuck if these people who bludgeon me and stab me are charged. Like, that's how fucked up. I don't care. I've never cared. All I want from the court system is restitution, for them to replace my car, tell me where to go to be safe, tell me why these people are attacking me.
They won't have the answer for that.
I don't get into trouble. I don't have enemies. Why would these people be attacking me? Why? For what reason? I have so many witnesses and they're all disappeared. All of them missing in action. Cannot find a single one of them. My mom hasn't responded to me since November of last year. It's June. I don't even know if she's alive. I don't have a car. I have to walk 8 to 15 hours just to go visit my kids for an hour or 15 minutes.
Shouldn't have chosen Dylan over your kids.
I've gotten 21 jobs. I've gotten 21 jobs since all of this began. That's not including my own private entrepreneurial endeavors, selling glasses, selling waist trainers, my production company, my content creation. I spend about a week or two a month doing this. And then after I'm done doing this, sometimes I can be creative and go do a photo shoot and then hear from the masses how I'm a bad mom and I'm not doing enough and crazy and I don't have a drug problem, never have. I don't have mental health, never have. PTSD and anxiety because of this, causal to this. And these people, they think they're so smart. Like, they come up to me, they're mean to me, they're nasty to me. And it's like I said, you guys think that it's easy to say, you know, about the situation, oh, well, if she had a better attitude or if she was calmer, they'd help. Before you say that, go to any one of my other videos. Like, go to any one of my other videos. I am so articulate, so kind, so calm. This is the 4th year I have been outside with no home, with limited access to my kids, my car. I took out an auto loan with Capital One. It was my first loan, the first loan I've ever taken out in my life. I satisfied the loan and paid off the car, and they destroyed it a month later. It was parked in a gated community in Barrington at Charlie Keene's house. And no one knows where Charlie lives. I told no one I was there. The only person who even knew I was in Barrington was my grandma and my dad. And they knew that I had met this person who I was doing home health care, caring for his diabetes, cleaning his homes. He had multiple properties, and he paid me for that. And no one else knew. None of my friends knew. No one knew. But yet somehow they found that space and sabotaged it. Ruined my car. Parked in a gated community in Barrington. And now, anytime I try to make these calls anywhere, even when I was making them at Northbridge Mall, and I wasn't crying and I was able to compose myself, because for me, when I'm alone, it really gets to me. Like, it really fucking gets to me.
Yeah, Xavier with you.
But when I'm in public, it's easier for me to keep myself composed, you know? And it's just too much. It's too much. And the babies I was pregnant with, like, who does this happen to? You know, and I have to find a way to just wipe away the tears, put on a little makeup, and communicate with my children who I talk to every day, either by text or, except for my youngest one, who I'm only able to see very limited, more limited than the other two. Do you guys get? I just can't. It literally makes me neurotic.
That's James's trick. I'm only going to be here for another 15 minutes, guys. And then he's there for like 7 hours.
Do you guys understand what being a sibling means? It means you have a brother or a sister, right? Well, for my kids, they have a brother and a sister. There are 3 of them, 1 boy, 2 girls. They grew up with me their whole life. I gave birth to them and they came home with me. They've never been separated from me before. They've always lived with me their whole entire life. With me and with each other, with their brother, with their sister, with their sisters, with their brother, with their sister. It's been 4 years that my children not only have been separated from me, their mother, but from each other. The 2 older ones are from my first husband, Louis, and they're with him and his family. And the baby, Alexis, is from my second relationship that was 5 years, Orlando, and he's with her. And both of
Were you expecting them all to live together? How the fuck would that work? That would never be a thing.
them were weekend dads. I'm not saying bad dads by any means. I'm saying weekend dads. Those children have been my world, their entire lives. And like, I don't think anyone truly understands. A man beat me with a tire iron until my head busted open and bled out all over the floor, and an ambulance had to take me to the hospital. 3 women jumped me with screwdrivers, grabbed my legs from under my body, threw me onto my front, and all began stabbing me.
But that didn't happen at all. Remember, she just got a little scratch from a knife that was about a pinky long, not even. I never heard this fucking, they took the legs out from under me and they all ganged up and stabbed me with a bunch of screwdrivers, bro.
3 of them. I had to be ambulance taken to Bolingbrook Hospital. That was 2019 and then 2021.
Okay.
2018, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, and my entire life before that, Never even been in a physical altercation in my life ever. Never. I've pushed my sister or scratched her like as children, having petty arguments. I've never been in a physical altercation. I've never been in a fist fight. I've never stabbed someone. I've never shot someone. I've never done any of it. I've never drugged someone. I've never broken into someone's home and robbed them. Ever. Never, not once, ever on any of that shit. Ever. Yet for some reason, look where we are. And I'm in this fucking tent in the middle of a field. And
it's a park. It's not a middle of a field. Hold on, let me see if I can get it's a park. What's that?
And even here, sitting 40, 50 feet away from anything, where else can I fucking go? Still, the police show up. And when they do, I try to explain and hand them a fucking narrative, as always, and they refuse to take it. Or they take it and do nothing. I don't have anything wrong with me. I'm a good mom. I always have been. I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes in my life, but I have no criminal record. I went to college and it was hard as fuck to get through college. You ever been a young mom with 2 kids under 3, enrolled in school full-time and working full-time? I have. I did that. But for what, you know? For what? And then I sit here watching these people, the Dylans of the world, the Marissas of the world, the Natalias of the world. It's sickening. It's just sickening. Natalia was like one of my closer friends. She stole medication from me, Xanax. She stole my vibrator, a vibrator, literal vibrator she stole. I forgave her for all of that and still kept her as a friend. And for what? For what? I called her when Dylan was about to kill me, and she came to my house and I told her, this man is going to kill me. I'm afraid for my life. And I haven't seen her since about 2 weeks after that.
Sounds fishy.
I don't know what to make of any of this anymore. That whole group, they are getting preferential treatment. They are doing whatever they want, and everyone looks the other way. And I'm not a trick or a rat or anything like that to tell the details of the things that I know all of them have done. What I am here to do is say, how can law enforcement ignore the only one of that group that isn't involved in things like that and leave me, the only one with children? None of them have children. There's about 10 people that I'm referencing.
Maybe someone like you, a mother, shouldn't involve herself with such nefarious fucking people.
In this whole list of people who have robbed me, raped me, beaten me, none of them have kids. None of them. I'm the only one. And I'm the only one who's been thrown outdoors. And I'm the only one who's been robbed over and over. And I'm the only one who's getting raped in a fucking tent.
By Xavier?
I don't know what to do. I don't know. I just keep calling these same numbers over and over and over and over, going live, posting proof. Nothing works. Then when I talk to my kids, it's like the most eerie and weird experience, because they know what's going on, but I try not to talk about it with them. I just say stuff like minimal stuff. Like if it's something that I need someone to remember, like I need a witness on, I'll mention it like it's no big deal. Oh, something happened, no big deal, because
don't mention that your kids are up.
I have no one else. My own mom doesn't even call or text or anything. I have not spoken to my mother since November in any capacity.
I just need a witness for this grape, normal things to discuss with your kids.
And then the rest of the time I speak with my kids, it's like my daughter, the younger one, she's like, Mama, where are you? What's going on? I'm at work. I'm not at work. I don't know what my children truly know. All I know is that I can't keep telling my kids that I'm being raped and beaten and robbed and abused.
I'm pretty sure if your oldest is in a senior in high school, she could just Google you. She probably knows exactly what's fucking going on with you because you post it all over the damn place.
Because
you don't think your friends at school or something would be like, yeah, your mom I've seen her online. She's fucking crazy. Hopefully no one at school bugs them because they'd have their dad's last names, right? Not Heather's.
Then my kids are gonna hate police and the system and all of you fucking corrupt ass people like I do. And I don't want my children to grow up in a world where they feel like they can't trust law enforcement or call for help. I don't want my children to grow up in a world where they feel like if someone sexually assaults them and they report it, they're going to get attacked. I don't want that world for my children. I don't want that world for your children. I don't want that world for anyone's children.
I don't want that world.
I'm not a fucking slave.
But I had 2 glow sticks. I guess not.
I don't know anyone's shit. And I'm tired. Tired as fuck. You know how many scratches I had on my body prior to all this?
2?
0.
Oh.
You know?
Well, I guess 2, but no, 0.
You know how many times I had been involved in any sort of physical altercation prior to this? You know how many times I had been bludgeoned prior to this? You know what my criminal record is? Nothing. I don't have one. I don't have a criminal record.
I mean, there's only 6 minutes left. Whoever is gonna pick up the phone must not talk to her for that long. I don't know what this final boss is gonna be, but she's taking out all the mini bosses and she's on to the final.
I still can't receive any assistance. It's sick. It's fucking sick. If this is how a white, pretty, intelligent, articulate, kind, compassionate woman is handled, what happens for other people, minorities, mentally challenged for real or mentally ill for real, people who can't advocate for themselves?
Yeah, I see. Heather's so selfless. She's thinking about everybody else because she's tough enough, you know? It's not like she bitches about the same thing every fucking day. She knows how to take this. She just wants to make sure other people don't have to suffer the same injustice as her.
People who don't speak proper English. What happens to them if this is what the fuck happens to me? It's just terrifying. It's terrifying. I don't know what the world is doing, but to know that my children are going to be adults soon, I'm still on hold. But to know that this is the world that our children, all of our children, are growing up in, it's absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. My own father, my father would never in a million years tell me, Heather, you cannot live here. He would never. He just would never do it. I know my father like I know the back of my hand. He would never do it. Yet how I've been reporting to you guys, these uncharacteristic changes in behavior from Xavier that I believe are induced by AI, he calls it radiation. For all of my tech people on here, this is probably going to go over the heads of most of the moms. And
I'd love to hear their discussions on this. I swear, they are AI. No, Heather, it's the radiation. It's not AI.
Dads who just do regular work. But if you're a tech person, pay attention. I know that there's an AI integration being used. My own behaviors and thoughts are being heavily influenced, and that of Xavier, I know for a fact. He goes from being the most loving, sweet, and attentive person to literally randomly, we're in a fist fight yesterday on the street. Hello?
What? You and Xavier got into a fist fight? What? Yeah, Russia. The Russia AI bots. I don't know where radiation. I don't know what Xavier's theory is. Radiation from the sun? I guess. I don't know. I think someone answered, though.
Hello? No. This is what happens when you call for help. Not a goddamn thing. They hang up on you. And Xavier's never so much as called me outside of my name before. Yet yesterday.
Right? What fist fight? I don't remember. Well, I wasn't around back here. But do you guys remember? Did they get into a fist fight? Yeah. I'll roll it back. Yeah, if you want.
Hello? We're in a fist fight. He goes from being the most loving, heavily influenced, and that of Xavier, I know for a fact. He goes from being the most loving, sweet, and attentive person to literally randomly, we're in a fist fight yesterday.
Yeah, she's talking about Xavier. They got into a fist fight? Oh, according to Heather.
On the street. Hello? Hello? No. This is what happens when you call for help. Not a goddamn thing. They hang up on you. And Xavier's never so much as called me outside of my name.
I guess like she's attributing the fist fight to the radiation or AI. I don't know. This is weird. What the fuck?
Before. Yet yesterday, he didn't have a problem putting hands on me. And him. We're wrestling in the middle of the street.
Oh, now it's a wrestle.
Neither one of us were arguing. There was no problem. Over and 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 over. And all I want is to be removed from it all. Again, let's talk about my experience. I worked at Northwestern Hospital for almost 8 years. Started as Chicago Lakeshore Medical Associates. I was hired to work with Dr. Renee Aronson, who is an endocrinologist there. She was a phenomenal woman, so sweet. She didn't have her family like together yet. She was married, but no kids. And I had 2 kids, and I got to be there with her while she had her children and advanced her career. And I learned a lot from her. I did diabetic education from her and some other things. Carly Scamra, Linda Milletti, and Jolly Gopal, those were my primary doctors. Dr. Walter Stoller. I'm sorry, they were rheumatologists, but also assigned to me as their primary admin. Dr. Walter Stoller, who I assisted regularly. Dr. Susan Burke, who I assisted regularly. And then about 30 random doctors. So we had neurology, Dr. Alan Shepard, Dr. Karen Numagata, GI, a multiple dermatologists. I would never work admin for the derms because their MAs also handle their admin, but I would cover their front desk at times. 30 or 20 internists on the 23rd floor when it was Chicago Lakeshore Medical prior to it moving to the building by McClurg. I would do all their diabetic education. Every newly diagnosed diabetic that they had, I would teach how to use a glucometer, go over insulin dosing and food lists. Please don't disconnect the phone. Insulin and their food list, their dosing instructions, explain the diagnosis, go over fitness and exercise.
I think Xavier's gonna unplug the phone because there's still like 2 minutes left and she seems like she's on a roll.
Routines that they can do to assist themselves, you name it. I mean, and those doctors that I named are just the doctors that I would cover for occasionally. The doctors I worked for permanently were the entire endocrinology team: Susan Burke, Walter Stoller, Renee Aronson, and Jolly Gopal, Linda Milletti, and Carly Scamra, who all worked in rheumatology. I worked with Teresa Corsentino, was the RN there, and then we got a second RN named Liz. I forgot her, Tatarek, I think. I never had a single issue with any of these people. I attended lunches and dinners through drug reps and vendors, engaging in intelligent and articulate conversation about subjects like Victoza, which is a diabetic medication, blood pressure medications, injectables in general, injectables, IGH1 inhibitors, I think, which is Victoza falls in that category, that suppress appetite in an effort to cause weight reduction along with blood sugar stabilization. So it kind of attacks from all angles. Just a lot of stuff. I have a mind full of so much information. And when my career at Northwestern ended due to what I think mostly was postpartum depression and impatience, because I was working 60 hours a week, my doctors were all incredibly happy with me, never had a single complaint, yet management would not give me a raise. So I had a manager, Veronica was my hiring, and then Letty took over, and I don't remember who was there at the end, but I would do reviews with them, and they would be like, well, maybe improve this, maybe improve that, but I don't see you all day, any day. None of you, if I ask you to write up a list of my job responsibilities, you can't do it, but you're the person responsible for giving me a review and a raise? How do you make that make sense? And I started realizing that the world I was living in was politically fueled. And, that I had very little control over anything. It didn't matter that I was outperforming everyone around me and that I was doing the work of 5 to 10 people at a time. None of that mattered.
I don't believe that for a second.
And I'm not saying I'm better than anyone, because there were people like Martha.
There's people like Martha, and then Xavier's like, we're gonna be here all day. And thank God, Xavier, because like if he didn't do that, I'd be here all night. So we did it. We did it, guys. We got through everything. Just over 4 hours. Holy moly. Appreciate you guys. I can't. We're ending on like 100 people. That's insane. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be back on Friday with more Heather. Tomorrow is like the news. If anyone wants to watch the news, you don't have to, because that's just like the normie content to keep this channel monetized. Because if I make too much Heather content, they'll be like, every video you make is demonetized because she says all the buzzwords that I can't believe, that I can't play without it being like, no, that's bad. But I love y'all. I hope you have a great night, and yeah, I'll see you next Friday. Take care, guys. Oh wait, no, I forgot. I still have to. We got the one video. Give me 1 second. The video where X offers her drugs. It's like a minute, but I almost forgot it. Okay, give me 1 second while I get a new window. That was close. Okay. It's an MOV file, so that's why it won't. Okay. Give me 1 second. That's what I can do. So since it's just like a minute, I'm just going to screen record and pop it over, because then it'll be fine. It'll switch it over to an MP4. I think that's the fastest way I can do it. And then while that's doing that, just give me 1 second here. All right, and then that will be the end. That will be the end. So let me I'll catch up on some chats here. Tech classes to see. Yeah. Yeah, I almost forgot, Kenny. I remembered at the last second. Yeah, or one more at least. One more. It's almost done, and then I can pop it over here. We'll be good to go. What time is it? 1? That's not bad. It's Saturday. So we're all good. And 4, 3, 2, 1. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. And then we'll airdrop it. And just a quick James 15. Just a quick James 15. That's all we need to do. And okay. Did it send? There we go. And calm down, Heather. Stop. Oh, that's why. Okay. Vertical. This. It's being difficult. Hold on. There we go. Did it work? Let me see. I can't tell if it worked. I think it worked. Okay, here we go. This is X offering her drugs. So yeah, I'll let it play out, and I'll narrate if I need to here. Oh, it always does that.
It's hard on my nervous system.
Listening to house music.
I've never enjoyed listening to that kind of music.
It's house music. It's house music specific to the region.
Not high on bud.
The city. Yeah, it's right here, mate.
So she's like, I'm not high on bud, so like weed.
Tilt your face. Tilt yourself on camera.
And he's talking his Australian accent, but he's not eating.
What do you mean?
You don't want to do it on camera.
I don't want to do it on camera.
No, you know that I only do green.
I only do green.
Well, I'll put green on the
No.
green on the top or something.
Xavier, this is your pregnant, homeless beau. Like, why are you getting there to try to do drugs?
I'm trying to do this as well, mate.
So there you go. That's Xavier off of her drugs. Very interesting. Nefarious. Suspicious. All the rest. So, okay. Now we are officially done. Hope you guys have a great night. I'll be back Friday. I'll be technically back tomorrow for the news. But Heather, I will be back Friday. Take care, guys. Good night.